Hello, everyone. Congrats on the first NIM. Low grades. Are we ready for some Stanley? Leo didn't know why he was Stanley. He just knew that he was. I'm doing alright, Graves. It's very cold this morning. English. Confirm. Yes. Words are hard. Be like that. One. Wait, I gotta go up to. Hang on, one. We wait till 1, 2. Did exact. Gonna have an exact, right? Bum bum bum. Ba-da-ba-bum ba. Current time for Leo is 1:01 p.m. Soon to be 1:02 p.m. Bum bum bum. Do, 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 do. I did play the first Stanley Parable a long time ago. Audio levels seem okay. Let's begin. The end is never the end, the never the end, the end, the end.
This is the story of a man named Stanley.
I'm Leo.
Stanley worked for a company in a big building where he was employee number 427.
But I work on a farm.
Number 427's job was simple. He sat at his desk in room 427 and he pushed buttons on a keyboard. Orders came to him through a monitor on his desk, telling him what buttons to push, how long to push them, and in what order. This is what employee 427 did every day of every month of every year.
Every day?
Might have considered it soul-rending. Stanley relished every moment that the orders came in, as though he had been made exactly for this job. And Stanley was happy. And then one day, something very peculiar happened. Something that would forever change Stanley. Something he would never quite forget. He had been at his desk for nearly an hour when he realized that not one single order had arrived on the monitor for him to follow. No one had showed up to give him instructions, call a meeting, or even say hi. Never in all his years at the company had this happened, this complete isolation. Something was very clearly wrong. Shocked, frozen solid, Stanley found himself unable to move for the longest time. But as he came to his wits and regained his senses, he got up from his desk and stepped out of his office.
Everyone's gone. What do we do?
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. No matter how hard Stanley looked, he couldn't find a trace of his co-workers.
Dang, I can't find a trace of my co-workers. Better get to the meeting room. I love that we're playing this on Monday when it says I hate Mondays.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
Oh, I better go through this door on my left.
Yet there was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office, hoping he might find an answer there.
Better get to my boss's office to see if anyone's there.
Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office.
Boy, this sure is a lot of stairs to walk up. Boss, are you in there?
Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. Shocked, unraveled, Stanley wondered in disbelief who orchestrated this. What dark secret was being held from him? What he could
Man,
not
I'm
have known
shocked.
was that the keypad behind the boss's desk guarded the terrible truth that his boss had been keeping from him. And so the boss had assigned it an extra secret PIN number, 2845. But of course, Stanley couldn't possibly have known this.
I don't know the combo.
Stanley just sat around twiddling his thumbs.
Yep.
Trying to input anything on the device was useless, since he could never possibly know that the combination was 2845.
We'll never know the combination.
Two, 845.
And what number should we try next?
Forgot, but it turns out that the panel's emergency override kicked in, and the door just opened all by itself. And Stanley got the hell along with the story. Well, whoop-de-doo.
Oh, it opened on itself. Whoop-de-doo. Very dark. I don't like the way that looks. I never saw Leo again.
Descending deeper into the building, Stanley realized he felt a bit peculiar.
And
It
I
was
sure
a
feel
stirring of
peculiar.
emotion in his chest, as though he felt more free to think for himself, to question the nature of his job. Why did he feel this now, when for years it had never occurred to him? This question would not go unanswered for long.
Shocking development.
Stanley walked straight ahead through the large door that read Mind Control Facility.
Oh. Mind control.
The lights rose on an enormous room packed with television screens. What horrible secret did this place hold? Stanley thought to himself. Did he have the strength to find out?
We'll never know.
Now the monitors jumped to life, their true nature revealed. Each bore the number of an employee in the building.
SB17.
The lives of so many individuals reduced to images on a screen, and Stanley, one of them, eternally monitored in this place where freedom meant nothing. This mind control facility, it was too horrible to believe. It couldn't be true.
This
Had
can't be
Stanley
true.
been under someone's control all this time? Was this the only reason he was happy with his boring job? That his emotions had been manipulated to accept it blindly? No, he refused to believe it.
I refuse to believe it.
His own life in someone else's control? Never. It was unthinkable, wasn't it? Was it even possible? Had he truly spent his entire life utterly blind to the world?
Probably.
But here was the proof. The heart of the operation. Controls labeled with emotions. Happy, or sad, or content. Walking, eating, working. All of it monitored and commanded from this very place. And as the cold reality of his past began to sink in, Stanley decided that this machinery would never again exert its terrible power over another human life. For he would dismantle the controls once and for all.
How do we dismantle the controls once and for all? Button number 4 at?
And when at last he found the source of the room's power, he knew it was his duty, his obligation, to put an end to this horrible place and to everything it stood for.
We gotta put an end to this horrible place and everything it stands for.
Blackness and a rising chill of uncertainty. Was it over?
Is it over?
Yes. He had won. He had
We did it. We
defeated the
won.
machine. unshackled himself from someone else's command. Freedom was mere moments away. And yet, even as the immense door slowly opened, Stanley reflected on how many puzzles still lay unsolved. Where had his co-workers gone?
Where have my co-workers gone?
Grasp? What other mysteries did this strange building hold? But as sunlight streamed into the chamber, he realized none of this mattered to him. For
None of
it
that
was not
matters.
knowledge or even power that he had been
Ahio!
seeking, but happiness. Perhaps his goal had not been to understand, but to let go.
Let it
No longer would
go.
anyone tell him where to go, what to do, or how to feel. Whatever life he lives, it will be his. And that was all he needed to know. It was perhaps the only
Free
thing worth
me.
knowing. Stanley stepped through the open door.
Doo-doo-doo.
Stanley felt the cool breeze upon his skin.
Ah, the
feeling of
cool
liberation,
breeze.
The immense possibility of the new
liberating.
path before him. This was exactly the way, right now, that things were meant to happen. And Stanley was happy.
Ah, so happy. How are you, Hio? We did it. We beat the game. Our first trophy was beating the game trophy. No, we're back here now. Glad to hear you're good. I think it's great that we're playing this on Monday when all the coffee mugs say I hate Mondays.
All of his
Have a good one,
co-workers were
Graves.
gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
What
No
could it
matter
mean?
how hard Stanley looked, he couldn't find a trace of his co-workers.
There's no co-workers. Beep.
Stanley went around touching every little thing in the
Yep,
office,
I
but
did.
it didn't make a single difference. Nor
to touch
did
everything.
it advance the story in any way.
Touched it. I touched it all. Where's Cindy at? I need Cindy to come lick this phone so I don't have to be the one that does it. Someone lick that phone. We'll show this office who's boss. Frosty. Oh, I shut that computer off, Frosty. Was it yours? You the one with the #1 dad mug that you probably stole from another coworker? Oh, I'm doing all the computer stuff? Yeah. I'm doing all the important computer stuff. Clicky tippy tappy. Open the door. I don't know, Frosty. How do you answer that without sounding that way? Time to turn off all the computers. Wonder what happens behind that door. You guys know what happens behind this door? Kinda smells a little funny. Keep dry. I want to do more inputs on this one. Steve's in there having devil lettuce? How did I get on that chair? I thought I was stuck for a minute. Yeah, I'm on the desk, so let's go. How you doing, Frosty?
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
Not dead yet. Let's go. Good job outrunning the forever yeet. Very important meeting here,
Yet there was
guys.
not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office, hoping he might find an answer there.
Y'all taking notes for the meeting? I'm not sus. Graves is sus. Graves did it. I saw Graves vent. Very interesting charts. Ooh. Ah. Boss appreciation. Oh my. Ever find yourself in conflict with another employee? Remember that it takes 2 people to start a fight. Right now, you're both of them. Your dream for the future? Clear skin? Less air? And a boat? It is, City. It is. How are you, City? Need tips for not getting fired? You need to synergize your core value expenditures? A lot of percent. True. True. A lot of percent. Oh, good. It's bi-quarterly post-review. Wonderful. Ah, yes. Tomorrow we will complete today's unfinished agendas. Remember that, chat.
Stanley stepped into the broom closet, but there was nothing here, so he turned around.
Not true.
And
There's a
got
broom
back on
right here.
track.
There's a broom right here. Maybe I can ride it out of here.
There was nothing here. No choice to make, no path to follow, just an empty broom closet.
Man, I
No
really need a
reason to
bucket.
still be
I'd feel
here.
better if I had a bucket.
It was baffling that Stanley was still just sitting in the broom closet. He
Nice
wasn't
in here.
even doing anything. At least
Eh.
if there was something to interact with, he'd be justified in some way.
What?
As it is, he's literally just standing there doing sweet FA.
What does the Leo shout when he jumps out of the supply closet?
Are you really still in the broom closet? Standing around
Supplies!
doing nothing? Why? Please offer me some explanation here. I'm genuinely confused.
Jump out and say supplies.
You do realize there's no choice or anything in here, right?
I'm
If
in
I'd
here.
said Stanley
I'm
walked
something.
past the broom
I
closet,
can be the
at least you would
choice.
have had a reason for exploring it to find out. But it didn't even occur to me because literally this closet is of absolutely no significance to the story whatsoever.
It can be here for the
I
next
never would have
Stanley to
thought
find.
mention it.
And then it won't be empty, it'll be me.
Maybe to you this is somehow its own branching path. Maybe when you go talk about this with your friends, you'll say, "Oh, did you get the broom closet ending? The broom closet ending was my favorite."
Yeah, the broom
your
closet
friends find
ending
this
was my
concerning.
favorite.
Stanley was fat and ugly and really, really stupid. He probably only got the job because of a family connection. That's how stupid he is. That or with drug money. Also, Stanley is addicted to drugs and hookers.
I'll just be in the corner. I am
Well, I've
not.
come to a very definite conclusion about what's going on right now. You're dead.
That
Got
sounds
to the broom
understandable.
closet, explored it a bit, and were just about to leave because there's nothing here, when a physical malady of some sort shut down your central nervous system and you collapsed in front of your screen.
Yep, I did. How did you know?
In a situation like this, the responsible thing is to alert someone nearby so as to ensure that your body is taken care of before it begins to decompose.
Uh-huh.
Hello?
Yep.
Anyone who happens to be nearby? The person at this computer is dead. They have fallen prey to any number of
I2K,
your
I0.
countless human physiological vulnerabilities. It's indicative of the long-term sustainability of your
Ooh,
species.
indicative.
Please
Indicative's a good
remove their
word.
corpse from the area and instruct another human to take their place, making sure they understand basic first-person video game mechanics and filling them in on the history of narrative tropes in video gaming, so that the irony and insightful commentary of this game is not lost on them.
Uh-huh.
When you've done that, just step out into the hallway.
Good job on the second zero. I live here now. Was that one of them Rolls wires that'll take somebody 40 years to use up? And he'll sit there and think about it, and somebody will say something they shouldn't, and then it'll be on the internet forever. Crescent wrench. Oh, duct tape. I do like duct tape. I don't think I've ever seen any wrenches like that one down there. It's not how our pipe wrenches are that we use. Alright, who put that on the top shelf? That would definitely fall when someone tries to make a mess everywhere. Who did it? That's up. That looks more like an ice pick than a screwdriver.
You too? Unbelievable. I'm at the mercy of an entire species of invalids. Perhaps there's a monkey nearby you can hand the controls to. A fish? Fungus? Look, you can hammer out the details. I'm not particularly picky. I'll just be waiting for when you're ready to pick up the story again.
Abe, together, strong. Well, this is the stream now. We just yap in the closet. Good job on the third 2K. We can't go back to the meetings. I don't know. I like it in the closet.
Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office.
Heck. I've got the feeling money's for stealing, but not yours, of course. Hey, that's a lovely purse. Over here. Oh my goodness. Let's not. Let's not. Do 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 do. Do 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 bum 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 bum. Do 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 do. Bum 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 bum. Ah. Shouldn't we be there by now? Weren't we just on the 4th floor? Should I be concerned about how far down we're going? This seems fine. Yeah, 2K, did it not go well? You were jumping around in the village the last I looked. Oh, you got janked again. Oof. It didn't go anywhere. Wait. Button on that side before? Bum, 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 bum. Stanley. Ooh, doo, doo. Child is cute. Ooh, ooh, ooh. Bum, 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 bum. Doo, 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 doo. La, 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 la. Ha, 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 ha. Interesting elevator.
Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. What could it mean?
No human
Stanley
life.
wondered aloud to nobody. He began wildly tearing through papers on the boss's desk, pulling books off the shelf, looking behind paintings, desperate for clues to his situation. But his attention was caught by a keypad behind the boss's desk. What could its purpose be? In fact, this keypad guarded the terrible secret that lay buried below his feet. And so the boss had assigned it an extra secret PIN number, 2845. But of course, Stanley couldn't possibly have known this. Yet incredibly, by simply pushing random buttons on the keypad, Stanley happened to input the correct code by sheer luck. Amazing. He stepped into the newly opened passageway.
I wanna go back. Go back to my broom closet. What happens if I just go back?
Whoops. Nope. Never mind. Stanley actually got back into the elevator and went back up. Silly me. Why did Stanley do that when he knew that it would just lead back to his boss's office? Well, that's a great question. I just can't wait to find out.
I can't wait to find out either.
Here we are, Stanley. It's your boss's office. Exactly the way it was before you got onto the elevator. It's still just exactly what it is. What a decision you've made to come up here and look at the office again. This has fleshed out the plot of the story in new and fascinating ways I could have never anticipated. It's that keen eye for storytelling that you have, an incisive rapid fire of critical plot points, one after the other, weaving a rich tapestry of uncompromising narrative. Wow! I'm bolted to the edge of my seat.
That's not what a piano sounds like. Make me do it again, I will.
Incredible. Now he's getting back into the elevator and going down again. Ladies and gentlemen, how does he keep coming up with all of this?
Exactly. How indeed.
Surely this time Stanley will walk forward into the spooky corridor, won't he?
Nope.
Did you think we were going to go forward down the spooky corridor? No. It's time once again to go back up in
No.
the elevator. I can't even begin to grapple with what might be up there. Is it the boss's office again? Or what if it's the boss's office this time?
Or it could be the
suspense
boss's
is killing
office.
me.
Could even be the boss's office. We'll never know. Unless we go.
Oh my god. It's the boss's office. This absolutely changes everything for me. Give me a timeout here for a minute while I process this.
Okay, you process this.
Okay, I'm ready. I'm prepared to embrace this stunning revelation and to move forward with... No! No, wait! No!
Huh.
I need more time
More
to
time?
process.
Understandable. Do 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 do. Bum 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 ba bum ba bum bum.
All right. I have fully come to terms
Have
with it.
you?
I
Are you
have made
sure?
space in my worldview for this astonishing new reality. As before, I turn to your expert eye for gripping narrative, Master Stanley.
Very gripping narrative. Certificate of perceptiveness? Possibly. Can't tell. Do 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 do. Bum 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 bum.
Of course. Going back down in the elevator. How did I not
Nope.
anticipate it? I mean, sure, now it's obvious, but you have to understand that 30 seconds ago, this kind of thing had never been attempted before.
True.
I had no frame of reference to even
Hey,
anticipate it.
Sanguine.
That's
How are you
just
today?
How revelatory Stanley's decision-making is. A breath of fresh air in a landscape of storytelling that has grown stale and repetitive.
You're doing goo? Oh no, Sanguine's turned to goo! You guys left him in the oven too long! How could you?
You know what? I've just thought of something. Hold on, let's stop for a moment. Don't you realize? It's the anticipation, Stanley. You and I, we have no way of knowing what will be at the top of this elevator.
True,
But the
what could be at the top?
suspense, the agony of waiting and anticipating and having to guess, that's the real thrill.
What could it
I
be?
simply don't want to let that feeling go. It's so precious, so fleeting.
I'm glad to hear
Why
you're
don't we
good,
take
Sanguine.
this elevator ride nice and slow?
Yeah. Slow it down.
go.
Take your
Isn't
time.
this so much more exciting?
Oh,
you know,
this is
Stanley?
so
It
much
seems like
better.
Nowadays, the only thing that audiences want is to be shocked as loudly and frequently as possible. They want big, explosive moments flung right in their faces.
Slow it
from the very
down.
moment
Take your
the things
time.
get started. But where's the tension? Where's the trust in the audience to build a slow and nuanced appreciation for the story? The characters?
Exactly.
Why aren't we given time to imagine the surprises? To have to think and to anticipate and then to marvel at the
That way we can
eventual
sit and think
reveal.
about what could possibly
This
go
is
wrong.
storytelling, Stanley. What you and I are doing right now. This is the most exciting narrative to be developed in years. And it's really all because of you. You're the one who took this bold step of revisiting the exact same locations over and over. Truly, I mean it. This is unique and different. It's not like anything else out there. You see, I want stories that surprise me, Stanley. I want to have
Yeah.
to think. I want to be engaged and not pandered to. We're being fed such unimaginative drivel all the time, and we all know
Very
it,
red over
which
there.
is why we're so starved for content that makes us feel sharp and vital and alive. That's why people like you so much, Stanley. Because you're not afraid to spit in the face of tradition. You're a role model, you know? People look up to you.
To it in the face of tradition.
I didn't know when to spring this on you, but, well, I've gathered a little press conference for you so that you can talk about your work and your storytelling and your life. Yes, I know you're not much for the public eye, but I thought it would especially mean a lot to the people who have been following you from the beginning.
Whoa,
they really
okay.
look up to you, Stanley. I don't
They
know
do?
if you realize the impact you have on them. This is the kind of gesture that might leave a tremendous impact on them for the better. Oh,
dang.
Okay, the room where we're holding the press conference should be just around the corner here somewhere.
Dang, I'm gonna be live on stage. Dang, that guy went to Mars.
Ah, yes, here it is, just through this door.
But the finger points this way. I don't want the machines to be sentient. I don't.
All right, are you ready? I've told them you're going to speak a little bit about the nature of surprise in storytelling.
Dang, there's gonna be a nut bar.
Truly unpredictable narrative. Oh, don't worry. You'll do great. Just be yourself and speak from the heart. I'm really proud of you, Stanley. Okay, it looks like they're ready for you. Go get them.
Oh, dang, I got my own room and everything. Remember where you came from. Break a leg, champ. Get up the stairs? Can't wait to meet all my adoring fans. Whoa! Hello, and me, Leo Stanley. Hello, everyone. Hello, my adoring fans. Ow, my tinnitus. Aww. For all my adoring fans. But my adoring fans. Heck. Was just about to tell them the chat's full of cuties.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean?
No, you
Stanley decided
sanguine.
to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
And the cutie award goes to all of you. Ah. But Cindy, don't you want to go in that
Stanley
room?
went around touching every little thing in the office, but it didn't make a single difference, nor did it advance the story in any way.
I wonder what they do in that room. Oh, you want a new job? You want to be the new 437 or whatever it is? 427? You can be the new Stanley. You want to be employee 427? Dang, look at those brush strokes and those clouds. Oh no, my coffee! Mondays, am I right? New content?
Oh, New content? What does that mean, new content?
No, I want to go that way, though. I don't know if I trust this new content. No Zaza for Cindy.
Hello, and thank you for playing the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe. As you may know, the Stanley Parable was a video game released in 2013 on home computers.
True.
After receiving critical and commercial success, it was expanded upon in 2022 with the Stanley Parable Ultra
Whoa,
Deluxe.
that's the one we're
reimagining of the
playing.
game for consoles and home computers.
We're playing it on PS5.
Ultra Deluxe features exciting new content that broadens and expands the world of the Stanley Parable.
More game.
The world over.
More smile.
Please step inside and see what thrilling new adventures await in the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe.
Oh, well, this
Whoa.
sounds delightful. I'm very excited to see the thrilling new Ultra Deluxe content.
What's over there? What if I want to see what's over there? Hello, Giga. It is I, Leo Stanley. How are you today? Glad to hear you're good.
Okay, so far it's an elevator. Nothing special yet, but I'm sure it's just the beginning of a mesmerizing adventure.
Yeah. Mesmerize.
Is it broken? What's going on here? Should we...
This is
Should we be
fine.
moving somewhere or... oh, here we go. All right, finally, at long last, it's on to the new content. I've never been more ready. Let's do it.
I want to see what the new content is. I played the old content a bit.
I have to say, initial impressions of Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe, mostly tedious. It's as if, oh, okay. Let's see the content. Give me the content, Stanley.
I played the old one and I've been waiting, what is it, 7 years to play again? So I can get that achievement? Oh, the jump circle.
All right, let's see. It's the jump circle?
Oh, I'm getting tired. When's the last time anybody jumped this many times in real life?
Is that it? Surely that's not all the new content. There has to be something else, right?
Oh, I see, Giga. I don't know how long I actually have to wait. I don't remember.
Goodness.
Almost too much jumping. I was getting
Stanley,
tired.
I have to say, initial impressions of this game are not positive. It's just elevators and jumping. Is this
Wrong
not
with
part of
elevators and
exciting
jumping?
New content? If this is new content, then I could just read you the whole dictionary. There's 20
Where's
hours
my
of new content
bucket?
right there. Hell, I could count to 30 trillion. You could put that on the box. The Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe, now with over 1,000 hours of new content. And oh, wait. There's more. Very good.
Oh, good. There's more.
I knew there had to be something else. Let's see it. I'm ready for whatever it is.
Ooh. Keep dry. The ant. Aw,
That's it?
you're
Oh,
welcome.
you've got to be kidding me. You see, Stanley? This is what happens when greedy video game developers with no respect for their fanbase rush a cheap expansion to market for no reason other than to make an easy dollar. And don't get me started on the level of craftsmanship that's gone into it. In fact, I'm looking right now at the game's trophies, and it's hard to believe one of them actually says, "Test trophy, please ignore." What quality assurance department signed off on this? I'm infuriated and I'm offended, and I intend to find these people on Twitter and hold them personally accountable.
Oh, it's not called Twitter
It's my
anymore.
fault, Stanley. I built up too much
Okay, I still call it
anticipation
Twitter
around new
too.
content, I'm afraid. It could never have lived up to such expectations. If you're still with me, why don't we just reset the game, and we'll try to get back to what the Stanley Parable is really about. No frills, no gimmicks. Just you and me having a great time together like always.
A new
What do
content.
you say, friend?
I enjoyed the content. My jump circle. Oh. That doesn't look right. This doesn't seem right. I just love, Giga, that we're playing it on Monday. Happy coincidence.
Psst. Stanley, come over here. In the vent. I want to show you something.
Then everyone will see me vent and say I'm sus. The entirety of a Tuesday. Nice. Everyone will see I'm sus if I vent. Go ninja, go ninja, go. 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 Go, 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 go. Welcome in, Burbraid. Hi, Katori. Hello, stream. Thank you so much for the raid. Welcome, everyone. Thank you for the headbats. Headbats good. Uh-huh. Eh, you say so? If you say so. I'm doing good, I think. The game wants me to vent, but I don't want to be sus. But if I go on the vent, I can make Die Hard references. Out to the coast, we'll get together, have a few laughs. You gotta do it for the Die Hard references. Dang, I'm surprised I fit. Heck, everyone saw me vent! What? Coffee nut? Whoa, it's my biggest fan! Coffee nut. Oh god. Well, cowabunga.
Okay, you remember how cheap and unsatisfying the new Ultra Deluxe content turned out to be? Well, it got me thinking about the past and how much better the Stanley Parable used to be. So I made something special and tucked it away here where the game's developers won't find it. Just our little secret. Take a look.
A secret? Don't worry, I won't tell anybody.
I call it the Memory Zone. It's where I've been storing all my favorite memories so I can relive the peak experiences of my life whenever I want. Experiences like the launch of the Stanley Parable on PC.
Get in the zone, memory zone. Sniff the trees for Cinny. Sniff, 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 sniff. Office chairs are kind of great. Ah, secret tunnel. It's not through a mountain, though. Guess we're on a mountain, maybe? I don't know we're there. Secret tunnel. Oh, I was going to try and get on the rock and go outside. Oh, well. Oh, memory zone. Basket?
You see, Stanley, doesn't the Memory Zone remind you of how wonderful Stanley Parable was before it was sullied with a cheap PlayStation port? Remember back in October of 2013?
We're playing it on PS5.
Back then, video games had integrity. Back then, it all meant something. Oh, the waste.
Egg. Egg. Oregon Trail good. Indoors Monthly. That sounds like a good magazine. Let's stay indoors. Look at that. Pressurized gassed game entertainment. 2013. Oh God, what a sign. Our first kiss. My first car. The release of the Stanley Parable in 2013. I also feel old. That's definitely not a stolen award with a piece of tape on it. Definitely doesn't say The Last of Us under the tape. Good times. Good times. Why does that cup say 1951? Is that another code we can put in on the wall thing? Buy the Stanley Parable on pressurized gas. Thank you for the raid and the lurk. Have a good one, Kotori. Good luck adulting. Linguists identify 15,000-year-old ultra-conserved words. The Washington Post. Researchers identified 24 words whose sound and meaning have survived the past 15,000 years. 6 components of a great corporate culture. John Coleman, Harvard Business Review. Business bloggers at Harvard Business Review discuss a variety of business topics, including managing people, innovation, leadership, and more. What everyone's saying. The end is never the end, the never end, the never ends, the never ends. Oh, I want this to be my Valentine. I like work, I just hate my boss? Is that what that cup says? Oh yes, memory lane. Smile, because it happened. Dollar, 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 dollar. Oh, it's don't play for 5 years. I could probably get on and get that one. Unachievable. Probably. It's probably Mr. Krabs' first dollar. Ooh, we gotta be careful not to get paint on it. Creator's surprisingly down to earth. 50% off a designer hat! Whoa. Oh, but a small creature owns the other half? Depends on what small creature. That paper costs $2.50. That's concerning. Very nice out here.
And over here is where I keep reviews of the Stanley Parable. Like this stunning triumph of games journalism, 10 out of 10 from Destructoid.com. James Stephanie Sterling writes, and I quote, "Where so many games that aspire to be more than games end up less than any form of art, Stanley Parable strives and then succeeds to be every game ever created." Did you hear that, Stanley?
Every game ever created.
That's how grand and all-encompassing the original.
I think so,
Stanley
Gigo.
Parable
Isn't that how it
was.
is in the movies?
It was literally every game ever created. It was Skyrim. It was Persona 3. It was all of them. And now, it's nothing. It's no games at all. It isn't even the Stanley Parable anymore. It's just a husk now. A lifeless husk with an hour of new elevator content.
The water sounds are nice and relaxing. Person of the year. Buttons. What? Balcony up there? Want to work on the maintenance of the memory zone. The end is never the end. The end is never the end.
Here's another moving passage, this time from GameSpot.com. The Stanley Parable is both a richly stimulating commentary on the nature of choice in games and one that offers some of the most enjoyable, surprising, and rewarding choices I've ever been confronted with in a game. 9 out of 10. Don't you get it, Stanley? The game was perfect. It didn't need anything else. It didn't need new content. All they had to do was transport it in pristine condition along to the PlayStation.
Boom, done.
And they couldn't even do that. Couldn't resist the urge to go meddling with a beloved franchise.
Yeah, because like you see in the SpongeBob movie, the size of SpongeBob, don't you? Oh, the serious room. Yeah, with David Hasselhoff.
These were simpler times, Stanley.
They were.
What I wouldn't give to go back, to have it all over again.
Never go back. Never. The end is never the end. Oh, it's open now.
Wait, hang on. I don't recall this part of the memory zone before. What's this? What's down here?
I don't know if we should look. It might not be safe for you, pal. I guess we gotta. Ooh, cold drinks for $1.25? Man, this really is the memory zone. Those are like $2.30 now. Oh. This doesn't seem good.
Oh no, oh God, no, Stanley. It's a collection of reviews from Pressurized Gas, the extremely popular online storefront for computer games. I haven't looked at these in years. I can't even imagine what's been collecting down here. Surely these reviews were glowing as well, weren't they?
Heckin' $3 for a soda? That's ridiculous. Fuck it.
Honestly, I could not be bothered to play this game to full completion. The narrator is obnoxious and unfunny, with his humor and dialogue proving to be more irritating than entertaining. Unfunny! I'm not trying to be funny. I'm trying to make a serious work of art.
Hey, that hit my toes. Oh wait, I don't have toes.
Into the Stanley Parable, but the game is already such a densely layered web of profound philosophical insights that I can't even imagine where I'd have the room to stick them.
Oh wow. Oh, I don't get to show you guys how fortified I am like we do when we play with Oreos. On the grocery sim. Uppies. Yeah, the pressurized gas makes me laugh. That one say? Oh, I can't read it. Not recommended. Thunder, lightning, very, very frightening.
Okay, let's see what this one says. While the idea for the game is good, for someone who prefers non-linear games, this preachiness gets annoying fast. Preachy? Stanley? I'm not preachy, am I? You can tell me if I'm preachy. Honestly, you can. Oh, goodness. This is actually quite shocking for me. Well, to be honest, I had always thought of the game's dialogue as being rather terse to begin with. I don't know how much fluff I cut from the game to get it to feel as light and airy as it... Well, I always thought it did. But maybe it wasn't. Oh dear. What an awful memory to have to hold on to. These black marks on my otherwise unimpeachable track record. I feel like a failure. Like I let these people down.
Hugs and
Perhaps
support.
The Stanley Parable isn't quite as sterling as I always remembered.
True, Giga. True. I remember that part. Please don't stand under the forklift. And there's a lot of reviews in this place, huh?
What's this one got to say? You constantly have to stop doing anything so the narrator can catch up with his long-winded explanations of what's happening. I wish there was a skip button.
Dang.
A skip button? Well, yes. Yes, I think we can do that. If I'm truly too preachy, then maybe letting you skip ahead for just a moment, surely it couldn't hurt.
Don't do it, it's a trap.
We can strike these negative reviews from the record. Only positive reviews of the Stanley Parable. That's my motto today, and it's always been my motto. I'd do anything for the customer.
I'm concerned.
Yes, a skip button we shall have.
I don't want to go that way. It's not safe.
And here it is. Go ahead and give it a shot. I'll pop you forward in time so that the second my incessant droning starts to bore you, with just the push of a button, you'll have zipped right past it. It's what the players have been asking for, and I'm very proud to have delivered. No more listening to me rambling on and on and on. No. The Stanley Parable is a game for the people. And if the people want silence, then by goodness, that's what they're going to get.
You know, we're going to sit here and listen to everything he says now, right?
Go ahead and make me shut up. Here, we'll pretend that I've just begun an interminable monologue, and it goes something like this. The story and the choices, or what have you, and therefore, by becoming it is, so on and so forth, until inevitably, we all, until the end of time.
Till the end of time.
So, now you see, blah, 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 blah.
Uh-huh.
We've eaten too much, and it can't be just yet. No, until 245.
Dang,
That's the logic of
245?
elimination working backwards. The deduction, therefore, becomes impossible to manufacture. It went
True.
on for nearly 10,000 years, until just yesterday, here
Oh, wow.
and there, forward and back, and never a moment before lunchtime. It can't be. It's the only thing there is. How many billions left until so much more than forever ago? Which is why I say, the story and the choices, or what have you, and therefore, by becoming it is, so on and so forth, until inevitably, we all,
Till the end of
until
time.
the end of time, at which time, everything all at once. So, now you see, blah, 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 blah,
Exactly.
blah, 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 blah. We've eaten too much, and it can't be just yet. No, until 245.
that the logic of elimination working backwards, the deduction therefore becomes impossible to manufacture. It went on for nearly 10,000 years.
10,000 years, chat.
Here and there, forward and back, and never a moment before lunchtime.
10,000 years.
It's the only thing there is. How many billions left until so much more than forever?
You really
ago,
did start
which is
looping
why
fast.
I say, the story and the choices.
The story
are what
and the
have you.
choices.
And therefore, by becoming it is. So on and so forth, until inevitably, we all until the end of time, at which time everything all at once. So, now you see, blah, 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 blah. We've eaten too much and it can't be just yet. No, no, until 245.
245.
Backwards, the deduction therefore becomes impossible to manufacture. It went on for nearly 10,000 years, until just yesterday, here and there, forward and back, and never a moment before lunchtime. It can't be.
Never a moment
It's
before
the
lunchtime,
only thing
chat.
there is. How many billions
Never
left
a moment
until
before
so
lunchtime.
Much more than forever ago, which is why I say, the story and the choices, or what have you, and therefore, by becoming it is, so on and so forth, until inevitably, we all
the end of time.
End of time, at which
We're here
time
till the end of
everything all at
time.
once. So now you see, blah 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 blah. We've eaten too
I don't like
much
that
and it can't
part.
be just yet. No, no, until 245. That the logic of elimination working backwards, the deduction
I kind of like
becomes
his blah blah
impossible
blah
to
blah blah blah.
manufacture. It went on for nearly 10,000 years, until just yesterday, here and there, forward and back, and never a moment before lunchtime. It can't be. It's the only thing there is. How many billions left until so much more than forever ago? Which is why I say, the story and the choices, or what have you, and therefore, by becoming it is, so on and so forth, until inevitably, we all until the end of time, at which time everything all at once. So, now you see, blah 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 blah. We've eaten too much and it can't be just yet. No, no, until 245.
Like it's blah 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 blah.
Elimination working backwards, the deduction.
I don't know why I like it so much.
Manufacture. It went on for nearly 10,000 years, until just yesterday, here and there, forward and back, and never a moment before lunchtime. It can't be. It's the only thing there is. How many billions left until so much more than forever ago? Which is why I say, the story and the choices, or what have you, and therefore, by becoming it is, so on and so forth, until inevitably, we all until the end of time, at which time everything all at once. So, now you see,
here it comes.
blah 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 blah. We've eaten too much and
Blah
it
blah
can't
blah
be
blah
just
blah
yet.
blah
No,
blah
no,
blah blah
until
blah 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 blah.
245. That the logic of elimination working backwards, the deduction therefore becomes impossible to manufacture.
Impossible.
It went on for nearly 10,000
Indubitably.
years, until just yesterday, here and there, forward and back, and never a moment before lunchtime. It can't be. It's the only thing there is. How many billions left until so much more than forever ago? Which is why I say, the story and the choices, or what have you, and therefore, by becoming it is, so on and so forth, until inevitably, we all until the end of
It's
time.
so good.
At which time everything all at once. So now you see, blah 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 blah. We've eaten too
Blah
much.
blah
and it
blah
can't be
blah
just
blah
yet.
blah
No,
blah
no,
blah blah
until
blah blah.
245. That the logic of elimination working backwards, the deduction therefore becomes impossible to manufacture. It went on for nearly 10,000 years.
10,000 years.
Here and there, forward and back, and never a moment before lunchtime. It can't be. It's the only thing there is. How many billions left until so much more than forever ago?
Let
Which
me
is why
out.
I say, the story
Let
and
me
the choices,
out.
or what have you, and therefore, by becoming it is,
Let
so
me
on and so
out.
forth, until inevitably, we all until the end of time, at which time everything all at once. So now you see, blah 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 blah. We've eaten too much and
Blah,
it
blah,
can't
blah,
be
blah,
just
blah,
yet.
blah,
No,
blah,
no,
blah, blah,
until
blah, blah, blah.
245. That the logic of elimination working backwards, the deduction therefore becomes impossible to manufacture. It went on for nearly 10,000 years, until just yesterday, here and there, forward and back, and never a moment before lunchtime. It can't be. It's the only thing there is. How many billions left until so much more than forever ago?
All right.
Which is why
One
I
more
say,
blah blah blah.
the story and the choices, or what have you, and therefore, by becoming it is, so on and so forth, until inevitably, we all until the end of time, at which time everything all at once. So now you see, blah 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 blah. We've eaten too much.
Oh, you're back, you see. You were only frozen in time for a few minutes, but it was plenty of time for me to deliver a long, rambling monologue.
That's good, Cindy. Remember, rest is important, and so are you.
Ruminations on the nature of choice in video games. Of course, I happen to believe it was perhaps one of my more profound such ruminations.
Hey, for the hydrate. Hydration is key to victory.
If I had to describe it, I'd say it was perhaps less of a rumination and more of a treatise. Or maybe a manifesto.
They do say that you should get up for an hour before trying to go back to sleep.
Tell me what you think. Okay, so my theory is that any choice you've ever made is simply a series of choices made by the person who you are, or were, or will be at the time of having made said choice. That is to say, if by articulating a choice you've already made, you bring that choice into being, then by making no choice and saying nothing, are you not simply erecting in the sanctuary of time a monument to every person you've ever been, making every choice to which you've ever given your great gift of mortal and yet timeless thought? Or rather, do all of the choices you've ever made, in fact, make you more not this kind of person, and in fact do the very opposite? You see, it could in fact be both of these things at once. That you are both making choices and not making choices, and that they are both
not making choices is making a choice? Are you making the choice to not make the choice is still making a choice?
Not making them. Okay, at first, I was leaning towards manifesto, but now I'm going to circle around and slap the treatise label on this one. I think it has much more of a treatise vibe to it. But wouldn't you say that manifesto just has a much grander sort
It does.
of tone?
Manifesto does have a grander tone.
It's rich with ambition and history. Ambitious history, if you will. Ah. See, now you've gotten me going back to manifesto. Heavens, at this rate, we're going to be here all day. Okay, look. I have a method for exactly this sort of situation, and I do find myself in this situation frequently. I'm going to say each word back and forth in repeated succession until I become sick of one or the other, in which case the word I am not sick of shall be the victor. It is an unimpeachable strategy, Stanley. It's rescued me from disaster in countless situations. All right, here we go. Treatise, manifesto. Treatise, manifesto. Treatise, manifesto. Treatise, manifesto. Treatise.
I like manifesto better.
Treatise, manifesto. Treatise, manifesto. Treatise, manifesto. Treatise, manifesto. Treatise, manifesto.
You live here now.
Treatise, manifesto.
You're welcome.
Treatise, manifesto. 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 Treatise, manifesto.
Treatise, manifesto. Treatise, manifesto. Treatise, manifesto. Treatise, manifesto. Treatise, manifesto. Treatise, manifesto. Treatise, manifesto. Treatise, manifesto. Treatise, manifesto. Treatise, manifesto. Treatise, manifesto. Treatise, manifesto. Treatise, manifesto. Treatise, manifesto. Treatise, manifesto. Treatise, manifesto. Treatise, manifesto. Treatise, manifesto. Treatise, manifesto. Treatise, manifesto. Treatise, manifesto. Treatise, manifesto. Treatise, manifesto. Treatise, manifesto. Treatise, manifesto. Treatise, manifesto. Treatise, manifesto. Treatise, manifesto. Treatise, manifesto. Treatise, manifesto. Treatise, manifesto. Treatise, manifesto. Treatise, manifesto. Treatise, manifesto. Treatise, manifesto. Treatise, manifesto. Treatise, manifesto. Treatise, manifesto. Treatise. Manifesto. Treatise. Manifesto.
Treatise.
I feel like we could be here for a very long time.
Treatise. Manifesto. 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 Treatise. Well there, sport. You really did catch me rambling on a bit, didn't you? But that's the power of the button. The minute I start to go off on a thoughtless display of self-absorption, it's right at your fingertips.
I will never know which one he decided.
And it's all over. I can't wait to see what Cookie 9 will say about this, and whether they'll edit the rating of their pressurized gas review, or at least change some of the wording, perhaps. To be honest,
Perhaps.
I don't even know if one can change their review in the first place. I guess I should become better educated on how exactly pressurized gas works.
Probably should.
Perhaps that would have been a smart thing to check on before I went on about this whole exercise of making the skip button. Although I have to imagine that after seeing this exciting new technology
True,
at work,
very exciting new
surely
technology.
whoever it is who runs pressurized gas will instantly run out and implement a new feature to make it possible to edit one's review merely because of this very situation. Yes, I think that's quite likely. Or perhaps they'll simply grant this particular user the ability to change their review so that the feature is not widely abused. Look, I would even be okay with pressurized gas altering this particular review so that it reads as something more beneficial. Something along the lines of, this game is the best game. Let me start over. How about this? From the ashes of depravity rises the phoenix of quality.
Nice. Stop talking, what do we do? My biggest fan. What is that? That's a smoke alarm. Would we be concerned that it's ticking to the timing of the clock? Blinking to the ticking of the clock?
From the ashes of depravity rises the phoenix of quality. How else to describe the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe? Such a revolutionary step forward in the lineage of one of the most beloved video game properties of all time. The additions and changes made to this expansion will surely resonate in the annals of the history of all media ever made. It is perhaps true to say that no mistakes are forever etched in stone, for the stone into which the Stanley Parable was carved has itself been transmuted, offering a message of hope to those who have ever erred in their judgment. You are not.
That's how you say aired is erred?
You may change, and you may
thought it was
become
aired, like
so
error.
much more than you were before. If there is any message to be taken from the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe, it is this. What a fortune, a privilege, a joy it is to have had such an experience. It leaves me hopeful that as a community, as a world, there is time for us to become our greatest selves.
True, we can still become our greatest selves.
Most ambitious visions for a brighter future. Wow. Now, Stanley, that's a review. It's perfect. It's the perfect review. It's the review I've always dreamed of receiving. I have to read it again. It's simply too wonderful. I have to experience this just one more time.
Just one more time?
From the ashes of depravity rises the phoenix of quality. How else to describe the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe? Such a revolutionary step forward in the lineage of one of the most beloved video game properties of all time. The additions and changes made to this expansion will surely resonate in the annals of the history of all media ever made.
Oh no.
It is perhaps true to say that no mistakes are forever etched in stone, for the stone into which the Stanley Parable was carved has itself been transmuted, offering a message of hope to those who have ever erred in their judgment. You are not beyond redemption. You may change, and you may become more, so much more than you were before. If there is any message to be taken from the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe, it is this. What a fortune, a privilege, a joy it is to have had such an experience. It leaves me hopeful that as a community, as a world, there is time for us to become our greatest selves, as great as we ever could dream of in our wildest, most ambitious visions for a brighter future. Wow. Now, Stanley, that's a review. It's perfect. It's the perfect review. It's the review I've always dreamed of receiving. I have to read it again. It's simply too wonderful. I have to experience this just one more time.
Alright, but I'm only letting you read it one more time.
Rises the phoenix of quality. How else to describe the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe? Such a revolutionary step forward in the lineage of one of the most beloved video game properties of all time. The additions and changes made to this expansion will surely resonate in the annals of the history of all media ever made. It is perhaps true to say that no mistakes are forever etched in stone, for the stone into which the Stanley Parable was carved has itself been transmuted, offering a message of hope to those who have ever erred in their judgment. You are not beyond redemption. You may change, and you may become more, so much more than you were before. If there is any message to be taken from the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe, it is this. What a fortune, a privilege, a joy it is to have had such an experience. It leaves me hopeful that as a community, as a world,
I will push this button.
there is time for us to become our greatest selves, as great as we ever could dream of in our wildest, most ambitious visions for a brighter future.
Don't you read it again.
Now, Stanley, that's a review. It's perfect. It's the perfect review. It's the review I've always dreamed of receiving. I have to read it again. It's simply too wonderful. I have to experience this just one more time. From the ashes of depravity. Okay, welcome back, Stanley. Now, I should say that the amount of time the button has been skipping through is becoming longer and longer. That last one was, well, I want to say maybe 30, 45 minutes? It's not unendurable by any means, but there's really only so much I can ramble on to myself about. I know, it's shocking, isn't it? But at any rate, I do suggest that we not press the button again. I think the skip button has been aptly demonstrated, and we can say goodbye.
The door's gone.
And wait, how do we get out of here? Where did the door go? Wasn't there a door that led into this room? I do feel quite certain that there was one here before. How else would we have gotten into the room in the first place? I don't think one can enter a room without a door of some sort, or a window or something like that. Is there a window anywhere? A porthole?
We're trapped.
A sufficiently large crack in the wall? I'll take any of these. All I want is for us to move on and to please step away from the skip button, to go anywhere other than the skip button. There was a door here before, wasn't there? I swear there was.
No, it's right here.
Go. Can you maybe
It was right
just
here.
ram your way through a wall? Is there any possibility that you could slam your body into the wall until enough damage is done for you to be able to leave? Please, I'll take any option at all. I'm asking you to work with me here. We need a door. We need a door of some kind. I can work with any kind of door as long as it can open and lead from one room to another. I'm going to step away for just a moment, and I'm going to try to find us a door. I don't know how exactly
you want to have a door in their pocket we
can
can use?
Wall, but I will find a way, I promise. You just need to not do anything. Don't press the skip button. Please, please.
I won't do anything.
Please do not press the skip button. Just wait here for me, and don't press the skip button. Got it? Yes, good. I'll be right back.
How's everyone doing? We're gonna be here a long time waiting. Hope you're all well. I need to practice my yapping. Apparently that's the thing we're supposed to do now, is yap. How do we yap? What do we yap about? Do we yap about yapping? Is that how yapping works? I don't know how to yap. I never was much of a yapper. Always a better listener. Definitely looks like there could be a door here, you know? Told us not to press the skip button, so we don't press it, right? We just sit here and wait until he comes back. What if it takes the rest to stream? What if this is here where we live now? He'll come back, won't he? You guys think he'll come back, don't you? It'll be fine. What could possibly go wrong? Right? I'm sure it'll be fine. Nothing bad could possibly happen. Tick-tock. There's a clock. The door disappeared, Graves. We're stuck. He said whatever we do, don't press the skip button. He'd be right back with the door. He also suggested we ram ourselves against the wall to try to make one. Doesn't appear to be working. I think we live here now. Trying to learn how to yap to keep you all entertained. Gonna starve in here? Ah! Oh, that didn't get us a door, did it? I don't know if I would double as a battering ram. I think it was probably a good try, though. And the last time we hit the skip button, it was 30 to 45 minutes. What if we hit it again and it's a whole year?
When mimics are...
Ah, flying Nims! Oh, heck. Why was there a flying Nim? Wouldn't try and bonk me, would you? I'm a good Leo. I've been good like at least 10 minutes today. That's enough, right? I even stood in the corner earlier. Corner gang. I'll come back eventually, right? Do we press the skip button? Oh no. Technology's rebelling. I think we're gonna have to press the skip button again. But who knows what can happen if we press it?
Stanley, please don't push the button again. It's been 12 hours.
Heck.
You've just been frozen there. I don't know why the skips are getting longer, but they're really, truly getting longer, and my God, there's no way out of the room. Stanley, the door is gone. It's completely gone. I've looked at it from every angle. I've checked every one of those walls 1,000 times, and there's no door, Stanley. There's no door. There's just you and the button, and if you keep pressing it, I have no idea what will happen. I have no idea how long I'll be
starve
made to sit
here.
here. And more than anything else, I don't know how to stop you from pressing the button again. I can't control anything in this room, Stanley. I can't touch it, and I have to believe, I have to know that sooner or later, no matter how much I plead with you, you're going to press the button again. Why would you? I've been thinking and thinking, and I don't know what I can do to convince you otherwise. Oh, my God. And it's all because of those reviews. Those reviews that I couldn't get out of my head. I just couldn't ignore the negative feedback. Why was it so important for me to fix the problem? Why did Cookie Nine's opinion matter so much to me? I've never even met Cookie Nine. I have no idea who they are. What would it ever really matter? But here I am. I'm fixating on every tiny negative thing that anyone ever says about me. The merest mention of one of my imperfections, and I become as impetulant as a child.
Ooh, impetulant's a
Wild
good
and
word.
Impulsive. I can't help myself. I can't stop myself from lashing out with a vengeful fury.
Fury!
To break anything unbroken, if only it pleases this one person who made a single negative comment. What does such an impulse serve? For whose benefit is this? And here I am now, stuck in a room, waiting for you to press this button, and to become frozen in time, knowing that you're going to do it, and that I'm going to be stuck all alone, and that I have the power to prevent it all from happening, if only I'd held my tongue. It's all out of my control now. Just you. Just your decision as to exactly when you're going to make me suffer, to leave me all alone. Surely you will. I don't doubt it. Surely
Don't call me Shirley.
again, leaving me here. And surely you'll put your own desire to see what's next ahead of my need for company, for companionship. Surely you'll not be moved by my howls of fitful anxiety that you sit with me and just stay here. Oh, no, no, no. I know you too well. You'll be leaving me at... Oh, my God. And it's all because of those reviews. Those reviews that I couldn't get out of my head. I just couldn't ignore the negative feedback.
That was a weird
Why was it
loop.
so important for me to fix the problem? Why did Cookie Nine's opinion matter so much to me? I've never even met Cookie Nine. I have no idea who they are. What would it ever really matter?
We'll never know.
Here I am. I'm fixating on every tiny negative thing that anyone ever says about me. The merest mention of one of my imperfections, and I become as impetulant as a child, wild and impulsive. I can't help myself. I can't stop myself from lashing out with a vengeful fury to alter and to change and to break anything unbroken, if only it pleases this one person who made a single negative comment. What does such an impulse serve? For whose benefit is this? And here I am
It's
now,
the
stuck
loop
in a room,
that
waiting for you
never
to press this
ends.
button, and to become frozen in time, knowing that you're going to do it, and that I'm going to be stuck all alone, and that I had the power to prevent it all from happening, if only I'd held my tongue. It's all out of my control now. Just you. Just your decision as to exactly when you're going to make me suffer, to leave me all alone.
I
Surely
hold the
you will.
power
I
here.
don't doubt it.
Surely you'll press that button
Stop
again.
calling me Shirley.
And surely you'll put your own desire to see what's next ahead of my need for company, for companionship. Surely you'll not be moved by my howls of fitful anxiety that you sit with me and just stay here.
Stop calling me Shirley.
You'll be leaving me. Oh my God. And it's all because of those.
That's a bad loop.
Oh, Stanley, you're back. You're back. Oh my goodness. I have someone to talk to again. Stanley,
Very dark.
It's been a week. Or 2 weeks. I've been sitting here all that time. Just sitting here. Not a single person to speak with. And you'd think that that's just how it's always been, right? Me talking and you saying nothing. Would you think that it's exactly the same as always? Doesn't that feel like what we've already been doing? Me just talking? But it isn't, Stanley. It isn't the same at all. It isn't even close. Because I know you can't hear me once you push that button. That's what I'm realizing now, Stanley. I'm realizing that I needed to know that someone was listening. I needed there to be a vessel through which my words were moving. It was the vessel I needed, Stanley. Not the outcomes, not the story. None of that
I'm not
matters
Shirley.
anymore. I'll give it all up. I'll give up every branching path. I'll burn my story to the ground. One single thing I need, and God, I can see now that I need it more than anything, is to know that someone else is taking it in. These words
Take it
that
all
I'm
in.
saying, I need to know you can hear me. Because
Can you
maybe,
hear it?
Stanley, maybe
Take
if
it
you
all
can
in.
hear me, then maybe it means I'm real. Maybe I'm not just a fiction. Was I scared of that all along? Perhaps. Yes. Perhaps I've been scared this whole time.
Yes,
But if I
Graves.
stop speaking, I'll slip backwards into the silence and be consumed by it. I can't be taken by it, Stanley. I can't lose myself in the stretch of emptiness between you and me. When you press that button, you're
Which fruit
still
loves
right
the
there.
slide
I know
the
you're
most?
so tremendously far away. And in those moments, the emptiness folds itself outward in between the two of us. And I am suspended in its unyielding quietness. I can feel the edges of my reality curdling inward and decaying. I can tell that I am becoming less and less real. Yet to speak to you now, I am alive. I am truly and completely here. I am a being. I am someone. I am something. I am being listened to. I am being recognized. The emptiness between us has collapsed, and I feel right now like I am not a work of fiction. I feel as though I occupy space in this world again, and I have cast a shadow onto the wall. You see what I'm saying, don't you? You can see what this means to me. I'm so clear about it now, Stanley. I feel as certain about this as I've ever felt about anything at all. I feel renewed. I feel restored, and already I can sense the looming silence as you will press the button for the next time. What a terrible dread it strokes in my heart to think of it, to think of returning to such coldness. Come, let us sit in silence together here for just a moment. Let us anticipate it. Let us welcome it. Let us not run from it.
Just another 2K to blame. Do, 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 do. A poor plant. Someone should have really watered it. Well, I guess it's time to press that button again. Hi, Reggie. Good to see you too. We never saw Leo again.
Oh, hello. It's you. You're here again. Welcome. I have had time to think about you and about us and about everything we've been through. I've had so much time. I stopped keeping track after a year. Have you ever sat down in one place and not moved for one entire
Oh,
year?
wow.
Let me describe it for you. To begin with, there is only regret. There is only the turning wheel of missed opportunities. I felt nothing at all but regret for the longest
Streams
time.
have been good.
Days, months. I lost it all in a blur of the deepest longing to undo the past.
Winter's always a
And when that
challenge, but
feeling
we've
had
been
begun to
managing.
subside, what took its place is what I can only describe as the collapse of every moment I have ever experienced my entire life. All of them collapsed down into a single instant. In that instant,
I could see myself clearly, calmly, with a collected heart. It was an impossibly rich wellspring of both delight and disgust simultaneously. I was consumed by it. I could do nothing but wallow in it for what felt like an eternity, for what I now know was far less. You see, it was a revelation for me. It was unlike anything I had ever known. It was a space without consequence,
How are you,
without
Reggie?
action or outcome. It was divorced entirely from the question of free will that you and I have squabbled over for so long. There could be no one ending, no singular outcome of events, not if all events existed in the same moment, and I felt freed. I felt unburdened by the need to manifest a particular outcome into being. I saw that I could allow myself to exist along all timelines, and that each of them was simply a strand in the web of my being. It was incredible, the spaciousness, the equanimity of the moment, both singular and infinite.
Yeah, we've
For
had
the
some
longest
minus
time,
20
this was
Celsius
my
around here.
experience. And then this moment passed.
About
and
20
the most
centimeters of snow.
unyielding fear I have ever known crept into my mind, and it is this sensation that I have been experiencing now for longer than I could have ever expected was possible. I have been waiting for you. Not that you might save me or do something to fix it, but merely to state for you the plain fact of this manner of existence. I wish you to feel afraid as I do. That perhaps
Heck,
one
he wants
day
me to be afraid?
This state of mind will consume you as well. Perhaps you will somehow, in some way, have to live as I do now, and I wish for you to know how excruciating it is, and for you to be in true terror of its eventual arrival. If I can only do this, only this one thing, perhaps it will bring me the smallest moment of peace in the darkness.
Dankness. Oh, he's not gonna talk to us anymore. I just heard a sound from somewhere. Oh, it's always good to see you, Reggie, whenever you feel like coming by. Life definitely gets busy, though. Trapped in this room forever. All I want is my bucket of safety. Oh no, not the fire alarm. My tinnitus. Rest is important and so are you. Hope you have a good rest. Clock even fell off the wall. That is annoying.
But they didn't understand the game was never meant to be funny. It was meant to
Oh,
have
he's
a
back.
point. It was meant to speak to the human condition. But where are the jokes? Where are the jokes? They bemoaned, they screamed, they gnashed their teeth and said, entertain us. It wasn't enough. They had to leave a pathetic little thumbs-down review and make all of their pitiful demands. But then, he's talking too much, they said. First, he didn't entertain us, now he won't shut up. It's the inconsistency, it's the lack of accountability. It's the unwillingness to examine with an uncompromising heart the words that they are speaking into the world. As though there were no consequences for a lack of cohesion in one's assessment of others. But of course, absolutely anyone can leave a review. So here's what we get. We get these demands that seek everything.
Never should have
and are
came here.
accountable to nothing. We get a world where someone will say,
Why did we
"Oh,
come in this
there should be
room?"
a skip button. You should be able to freeze Stanley in place while the narrator sits there forever and ever. We want all of this in the new Stanley parable. We demand it. And then, because it was said, because it was spoken, now it simply has to happen. the most immediate desires, every single thing demanded by every person at every moment in time. If someone wants it, then it's a crime not to bring it into being. Have we been given to indulging every fleeting whim for no reason other than to do so? Yes! Yes!
Oh, no.
It seems that this is now the world we live in. It seems that we are a people living in such bleakness and discomfort with ourselves that our entertainment is now our lives. It has come to represent us. It absolutely must speak to who we are as people.
This seems fine.
Otherwise, without our entertainment, we have nothing. Without entertainment, we would have to face inward toward the cruel bleakness inside ourselves. We would turn to look at our deeper nature and find a resounding emptiness gazing back with unyielding aggression. And so because of this, we require that our amusements and our playthings and our flights of fancy be so impossibly captivating that they consume all of our attention, turn our heads completely away from the bleakness. In effect, we have demanded that our entertainment be the collapse of ourselves. What a pitiful reflection of humanity these entertainments are. What a shameful mirror to the human spirit they project. I'm not mad. I'm not mad about any of this. I'm at peace with it. I am the calm center of gravity around which these perversions hurl themselves. I am a waypoint for reasonable and collected discourse. They're the ones who are mad. They're the ones who couldn't stand the idea of me using my brain to try to say something. Maybe they were just jealous of me. Yes, of course.
Well, even the vent stopped.
They've been jealous of me this whole time. They are mired in fear and insecurity and cannot help but attempt to tear me down. What a sad state of affairs. When you read these reviews now, you can see it. You can taste the bitter resentment. And how
can't leave a review if you're trapped in a room forever.
These words, to finally allow these thoughts out, contained and managed for so long, neutered and sterilized. At last I am free to truly think, to feel. It must be that they were so discontent with themselves that they couldn't help but leave a negative review on pressurized gas. Perhaps it says far more about them than it ever said about me. Perhaps the state of their psychological being was in such tatters, and my constitution and willpower are so ironclad in comparison. Perhaps it was this state that they sought some outlet through which to tear me down. This, you can see, is clearly why they felt the need to expect that the game be funny, that it be filled with yucks and whimsical humor, that it amused. But they didn't understand the game was never meant to be funny. It was meant to have a point. It was meant to speak to the human condition. But where are the jokes?
Forever. Water?
The end is never the end, is never
the end is never the end. The end is never the end. The end is never the end.
The end is never the end.
The end is never the end.
The end is never the end. Is never the end. Is never
the end. Is never the end.
The end is never the end. Is
the end is never the end.
The end is never the end. Is never
the end is never the end.
Is never the end. Is never the end. Is never the end. Is never the end. Is never the end. Is never the end. Is never the end. Is never the end. Is never the end. Is never the end. Is never the end. Is never the end. Is never the end. Is never the end. Is never the
end. A lot more water over here now.
Is never the end. Is never the end.
Gonna fill this pipe gonna break and fill this place up?
Is never the end. 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 Is never the
end. Is never the end.
Is never the end. Is never the end. Is never the end. Is never the end.
Oh, wow. Starting to get a lot of drips back here. We can swim out. Maybe it'll collapse. We can swim out. Oh, it definitely collapsed. I think we can get out it though. Lador. The end is never the end. The sun. Even more rubble had fallen because now it's fallen on the clock. The end is never the end. The end is never the end. Is never the end. The end is never the end. The end is never the end. Whoa. Mother Nature's taken over. Isn't it beautiful? La ant. La ant. La ant. Aw, the plants are gone. The end of the world? I don't like that sound. Waiting for one of the walls to collapse so we can get out. Definitely some spooky noises out there. Whoa, the building fell over. Guess that works. Oh, dang. Maybe go back and hit the skip button again. I don't want to be in the desert. No, the skip button's broken. Well, been riding through the desert on a horse with no name. Keep the sun to our right. The end is never the end. It's never the end. It's never the end. Oh, we're back. Stretch break? Did we just leave it where like we never leave the office? Gonna grab some hydration. Oh, BRB. The end is never the end, is never the end, is never the end.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
New content?
Oh, good. You noticed my sign. Yes, I have something very exciting to show you.
New content. Thank you for the head pats, by the way. Okay.
You see, Stanley, I've been reflecting on the Stanley Parable and about how roundly disappointing this ultra deluxe version has turned out to be. The original Stanley Parable was a landmark, and any new content for it should live up to that legacy. So forget this ultra deluxe nonsense. I say we take it one step even further. Which is why I'm very proud to announce for the first time ever, the Stanley Parable 2.
Who? Oh my.
Yes, you see, isn't this far superior to a measly port with a few minor additions? Think of all the new territory we'll cover with a fully fledged sequel. An entirely new experience, built from the ground up. Why, there are so many possibilities. It could go in so many different directions. This is what fans have truly been asking for.
Testing 2 printers at the same time.
Calling it the Stanley Parable 2 is just so much catchier than Ultra Deluxe, don't you think? Ultra Deluxe? What does it even mean?
I don't
But
know.
the
What does it
Stanley
mean?
Parable 2. Now that's an artistic statement right there. It's future-oriented. It screams progress and innovation and long-term franchising potential.
Franchising? Ooh. Definitely needs more cowbell. For sure, City. Taste the sequel. New and tasty. Two doors? Whoa. Sequential mind share. A plant. New hotness. Cool red section of the chart. Why does that box look like it has a face?
Now, to be clear, I haven't quite nailed down what exactly the Stanley Parable 2 is going to be, but let's take a look at some of the features I've been developing for it. I figure that if I can loosely organize a handful of interesting concepts, that surely the game will sort of naturally spring up around them. It'll all work itself out. Game development is much more of a fuzzy magic than anything scientific or logical, really.
Heck, who took the red marker? Then it was Sarah? Maybe. New content? New features? Dang, let's take the bus to new content.
Here we are. Go on, try out some of the new features.
Not the coffee.
For the Stanley Parable 2, I asked myself, what do players really want? And of course,
Yeah, what do they
first
really
and
want?
most obvious answer is that they want to be individually recognized and validated as people. So with that in mind, my first addition to the game is this button which speaks the name of the person playing the game. Isn't that wonderful?
Button. Button. Does that box look like it has a face on it?
Jim.
Sorry,
Jim.
I should have clarified. Right now, the button only says the name Jim. But of course,
And his
in the
name
final
was
game,
Jim.
this button will say your name, whatever name that is. Here, let's have you role play as Jim to really simulate
I'm
the full
Jim.
experience of this feature. Just play along. I promise you'll love it. Okay, here we go. Let's take a deep breath, clear your mind, forget whoever you are, and simply become a person named Jim.
Jim,
I
Jim,
want you to
Jim.
imagine yourself living as Jim, sleeping and waking as Jim,
Ah,
falling
yes.
in love and being heartbroken as Jim, seizing all of the world's possibilities as Jim, and as Jim watching your
Yep.
dreams crumble into dust.
Understandable.
Do you feel it deeply? Are you really, truly Jim
Yep,
right now?
I am Jim.
If so, then please step forward and press the button.
Jim.
Oh my god, the button knows my
You
name!
see? What a thrill! What a rush! That was you! The button described you. Do it again. Do it again.
It knows my name.
It hits even harder the second time. If this were the only new feature in the Stanley Parable 2, it would still be worth the money. Let's take a break from the Jim button. I'm too emotionally drained from all of this personal validation.
Jim.
Whoa there, cowboy. Sometimes a person can be too much Jim. I'm putting the Jim button away. Otherwise, soon you'll start to lose all sense of who you actually are.
Jim. Jim.
Heck. Oh, that's right, I'm Leo. I'm not Jim. I think he took that button away.
I suppose I could allow only people named Jim to play the Stanley Parable 2. That would actually save me the work of finishing this feature.
Bucket! Bucket, 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 bucket,
A common
bucket, bucket,
complaint of the
bucket,
Stanley Parable
bucket,
was
bucket,
that it was
bucket, bucket,
confusing and
bucket, bucket, bucket,
paradoxical,
bucket,
that
bucket,
it
bucket.
engendered a chaotic sense of reckless despair in those who played it. Well, I'm happy to say that after much consideration, I've engineered a clever solution to this fundamental problem with the game. It's the Stanley Parable Reassurance Bucket. You see, Stanley, anytime you're holding the bucket, a sense of calm and ease will fill your mind and your heart. It's true.
Give it.
As long as you hold on to the bucket, the many disorienting contradictions of the Stanley Parable will feel perfectly normal and perhaps even comforting. You may even come to long for the gentle embrace of jarring cognitive dissonance while the bucket is in your arms. And to be honest, it's a much more convenient solution for me than actually redesigning the game to be less uncomfortable. Can you imagine what a pain in the ass that would be? Yes, the bucket is the perfect solution. Come on, give it a try.
Bucket. Mine. Yes.
Can you feel it? The glow of comfort, even in the face of crushing despair, must already be sweeping through your body. And in fact, can I say that I do believe the bucket lends you an air of charisma as well? I think that just holding it has made you the slightest bit more attractive as a person.
True.
The benefits of the bucket seem to go on, don't they? All this and more await you in the Stanley Parable 2.
Bucket.
Does anyone give out awards for most enjoyable bucket in a video game? That really should be an award if it isn't already.
Bucket. Unlockables? Hello, Ozzy. Hello, good boy. Alexi, how are you today? Free trophy?
Now here's something special. You remember that broken test trophy that got left in the game on accident? Well, I'm developing a technology to simply give you the trophy. Yes. You see, you'll come to this lever, and when you pull it, the trophy will be given to you. It's as simple as that. Okay, perhaps I should have clarified. This is technology that will exist. Right now,
it's still
the trophy
broken.
is still fully broken. I'm not a wizard, Stanley, but I guarantee it will be fixed in the sequel to at last satisfy the hordes of ravenous fans all over the world who have been uproariously demanding this feature. Gamers,
Technology is
we hear
rebelling?
you, and I promise it will happen.
Yeah, that. At least we have the bucket. Sounds like something Real Tech would do. How you doing, Dexy?
What else?
What other exhibits haven't we seen yet?
Collectibles. Bucket good, yes.
Ah, collectibles. Now it's a real video game. In the Stanley Parable 2, you'll run around gathering up these miniature Stanley figurines. And what's truly innovative is that there will be no reward for collecting all of them. I don't want to stifle the intrinsic joy of watching a number go up. You simply collect all of them, and then you move the hell on with your unremarkable life.
We got it. Bucket.
God, it really is the worst when you collect everything in a video game and then they give you a big fancy reward for it. Absolutely tragic.
Let's see, where are we? Settings World Champion? Oh. Glad you're all right.
You know what, Stanley? I actually think the jump circle was a pretty good idea. I'd
It
like to
is.
hang on to that for the sequel.
There we go. That'll be good. What's down there? Is that where we came from? Whoa, infinite hole? Like the best place to have a bucket. Do I need to go through the no screenshot place first? Nah, let's go see the infinite hole. Oh, look at that rim. Infinite death. Oh, like infinity. I'm deeper. Whoa. Infinite hole chart. Just keeps going.
Stanley, here's an idea that I'm truly fond of. It's never been done before in a video game. This is, in fact, a hole
Yes.
that you can fall down forever. That's
Yes.
right. Infinite fall.
Yes.
You can fall until the end of time, if you like.
Whee!
A stunning leap forward for video games is a medium. You see, isn't it wonderful? One of
It's
my more
wonderful.
ingenious concoctions, if I do say so. Now then, since you've gotten to see the infinite hole, you can press the teleport button to pop back up to the top, and we can continue onward.
Infinite hole forever.
Now, I don't mean to be a bummer, but I do recommend you use the teleport button to go back to the top. Maybe do it on the sooner rather than later spectrum of
Why?
things.
Is infinite hole not infinite?
Okay, Stanley, I don't know quite how to say this tactfully, but it's possible that I slightly exaggerated the infinite nature of the hole.
Oh.
Is it a very, very deep hole? To be certain it is. It's an extremely deep hole.
He would
I
have
don't want anyone to
pants.
say that it isn't an astonishingly deep hole. It is. Is it infinite? Well, that sort of depends on your
Dang,
definition
that's
of
a deep
infinity.
hole.
From one perspective, the infinite is merely philosophical in nature. It's more of a...
Ow.
Okay, well, good for you. You found the bottom of the hole. You found me out, Stanley. I'm a liar and a cheater.
Hey,
You're
who's been
so
smoking
clever.
down here? That's
Look,
bad for your
I think
health.
The issue here is just that you're unusually fascinated by falling. What normal person actually
Here's a new
wants
mug,
to
though.
fall infinitely? I figured the hole was as deep as anyone would actually need. Don't you put this on me. Maybe you're the problem.
I was enjoying the infinite hole.
Things got a little heated there. I think we both said
Am I not
some
allowed
things
to
we
enjoy
didn't
the
mean.
hole?
Why don't we just put all this behind us and agree to just call the hole mostly infinite? If that works for you, then go ahead and press the teleport button to warp up to the top of the hole and we can move on. I'll just be up here when you're ready. Great. Now, I'm very excited to show you... Oh, for heaven... You see,
Whee!
right. The problem is you. The problem is that you like holes too
Hello,
much.
it's me.
A normal
I'm the
person,
problem,
like
it's
that
me.
That's an infinite hole right there, goes on forever till the end of time. Don't need to see it all, but not you. Oh, no, 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 no. You have a weird sort of... Oh. Did the
It
hole
did seem
even
shorter.
shorter to you this time? I couldn't
It
help but
did.
feel like you spent a little less time in there than you did before. I mean, admittedly, I didn't make an infinite hole, but I didn't think it was that not infinite. Well, I
Oh, what
suppose
the
once
heck?
again there's nothing to do here. If you decide you've had enough of the hole, you can hit the teleport button and come join me up above.
You're not gonna take the hole away, right? Because I'm enjoying this hole.
Had enough? I'm
No?
positively thrilled. Gosh, how could I have guessed? You're back in the hole. If this starts to become a thing where... Wow. Okay.
Definitely shorter.
I'm starting to become extremely certain that the hole is not only not infinite, but that it's growing steadily less and less infinite. I
Interesting.
suspect that I'm starting to hit the point where it's no longer feasible to call the hole infinitely deep, even by the lax overall standards for accountability in marketing. What's going on here? Stanley, I have no explanation for the uncertain nature of the hole's length.
Huh.
Here, let's try something. Let's pop back up to the top, and we'll see if it gets any shorter. Well, there it is. The shame of my life. How is this still appealing to you? I know you're obsessed with holes, but at this depth, I just can't
Apparently,
see
I'm obsessed with holes.
Oh, who am I to judge? You just do whatever it is you're here to do and hit the teleport button when you're ready to move on.
Every pause button is a Roman numeral 2. Whoa. Mind blown.
Is the,
Uh-oh.
teleport button not working?
Yeah, they can't get out of the
You sure?
hole.
Well, I mean, I really don't have an explanation. It was working just a moment ago, but still nothing.
What's a bit of bread?
There's one thing I can do to fix this. I'm out. Goodbye, Stanley. You couldn't bear to be away from the hole, and now you'll get more time with it than you could ever have asked for. It's a win for everyone. You get to be with the hole, I get to do literally anything else. Take care, Stanley. I hope you and the hole have a wonderful rest of eternity together.
Eee. What sound was that? It's fine. I've got the bucket. Who cares? We're sinking? We never saw Leo again. Whoa. Ah, why eat? I'm a good Leo. How are you, Zero? Tried to throw me out of hope? Look at my nose. Look at my nose. The nose, you knows. Hugs and support. think this is the best angle. What do you think? Are we ready to change our reality? I'm a robot. I'm on my head.
Stanley! Stanley! Oh, good, you're awake. It seems you had
Oh.
sort of dozed off there, drifting away into dreamland. But we can't have that, Stanley, because this hole is just so darn fascinating that I want you to be wide awake for every second of it. You don't want to miss a single moment. So how about if I just pop in from time to time and wake you up to keep you really, truly focused on the hole?
I guess we should
From the
focus
looks of
on the
things,
hole, shouldn't
you
we?
and I will have many, many years here in this hole, and I'm looking forward to all of them. Stay alert, Stanley. I'll be back. Toodlepip.
He said Toodle Pip. Y'all enjoying our existence in the hole? The end is never the end, is never the end, is never the end.
Here we are. Go on. Try out some of the new features.
You need to go see the epilogue.
An epilogue would be fun, wouldn't it, Stanley? Yes, yes, it will go at the end of the, well, we'll figure that out later.
I kind of want to go jump in the hole again. The end is never the end, is never the end. What? Oh, they closed the hole so I can't get in. Heck.
Okay, I'll be honest, I haven't yet decided on this one. I think that in the new version, the office could use a bit of decoration, like balloons. But I'm undecided on Get Well Someday and Happy
Looney.
12th Birthday. Which would you go with?
Yeah, I took the hole away. What do you guys think? Get well or happy 12th? Step niece. I gotta go get the dogs. Just a sec. Yeah. Did you guys decide which balloon we should pick yet? The propane truck here is bringing us propane. Oh, and don't get the Ozdog. You do much pork. Birthday one? Get well someday.
You know, sometimes when you solicit another person's opinion, it makes you realize that you knew which one you actually really wanted all along. Get well someday it is.
Oh. Sorry, 2K. You didn't like the one you picked. Get well someday.
Or actually, maybe I should have gone with... No, I've made my decision. We're moving on.
Come now, you've already made your choice. It's true that you chose badly, but we
Wow.
all have to move on from our mistakes.
Apparently we chose badly, 2K. Believe that? Also, there's one stuck right there. Fork. Need some merch. This t-shirt is the best new feature. The end is never the end again. Yeah. Understandable, 2K. Understandable. What's up here? Oh, the bucket. We already have the bucket. My bucket. I need to go play that game sometime. Now, I always consider it as one to stream and never actually get that far, I guess.
All right, have you seen everything you wanted to? Ready to move on now?
I think I had something like that on Man of Medan. It was like the last 5 minutes of the game. You had to press a button to make a jump that you didn't know was coming. And that character died because of it.
So, Stanley, what do you think? Do you like all of the new features? Yes, I know it's not exactly clear yet how exactly these features will come together as one single coherent video game, but...
Yeah, no screenshots.
It's going to work. There's definitely a good game in there somewhere. Say, let's do an experiment. I'll arrange these new features together, and we'll see whether or not it coheres into a meaningful gameplay experience. Okay. Are you ready? Here it is.
Are
I give
you
you
ready?
The Stanley Parable 2.
Whoa.
I mean, there's potential here, right? It's sort of... Okay, never mind.
Pull the lever,
Hold on.
jump the
Let's do a
circle, grab the
different
bucket, and go down the hole.
Okay, yes, this is
It was
much
perfect.
better. I feel good about this. Here we go. Version 2.
Oh, that is...
Who am I kidding, Stanley? This isn't a coherent video game at all. It's a lot of gags. And I do very much enjoy creating gags, but they don't add up to anything.
Oh, the
I
jumping
wanted more
circle
than
was with the
anything to
giant
create
hole.
a
That was
sequel
nice.
That would capture all the magic of the first game. I wanted fans to love it. No matter how good these gags are, they won't stand on their own. They would need the structure and the gameplay of the original. Wait, maybe that's it. I can take the original Stanley Parable and simply, well, insert a few of my new features into it. Tastefully, of course. With respect. With care for the vision and integrity of the original game.
Would it possibly work? I suppose
A
it could,
spoonie.
but it would need a really, really tremendous title screen. A title screen
Bucket.
that says with bold and uncompromising conviction, "This is the Stanley Parable 2." Let me see if I can whip something up. All right, perfect.
The end. It's never the end. It's never the end. Squatty? Spoony Squatty? You got in the game.
This is the story of a man named Stanley. Stanley worked for a company in a big building where he was employee number 427.
Could have been 317.
Number 427's job was simple. He sat
His
at
name could have
desk
been
in
Leo.
room 427 and he pushed buttons on a keyboard. Orders came to him through a monitor on his desk, telling him what buttons to push, how long to push
Button.
them, and in what order. This is what employee 427 did every day of every month of every year. Although
Forever.
others might have considered it soul-rending, Stanley relished every moment that the orders came in, as though he had been made exactly for this.
Spoon, I need to remember to get on the Steam version of it so I can get my achievement for not playing the game for 5 years.
And then one day, something very peculiar happened. Something that would forever change Stanley. Something he would never quite forget. He had been at his desk for nearly an hour when he realized that not one single order had arrived
whole
on the monitor
hour.
for him to follow. No one had showed up to give him instructions, call a meeting, or even say hi. Never in all his years at the company had this happened, this complete isolation. Something was very clearly wrong. Shocked, frozen solid, Stanley found himself unable to move for the longest time. But as he came to his wits and regained his senses, he got up from his desk and stepped out of his office.
I need my bucket back. Give me back my bucket. He took away my bucket. You have to find it. You have to find the bucket.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Bucket, you're back.
Stanley picked up the bucket.
Oh, thank goodness. I still want to know what happens in that room. Fork.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left. Still no one was here. Stanley needed the bucket's warmth and comfort now more than ever. Perhaps
True,
his
I do.
boss's office was where he'd find answers. Oh, Stanley, can you feel it? The broom closet. It wants the bucket. You can feel
Oh.
that, can't you? The aura of jealousy. It's as
No, I
clear
can't
as
have
day.
it.
This broom closet believes it deserves the bucket.
My
I
bucket.
can really feel it now. It's a bucket. It belongs in a broom closet.
No,
That's
my
what
bucket.
the broom closet is trying to say here. It's supposed to go with the other cleaning supplies. Good for you, Stanley. Don't give in. Don't hand over the bucket.
My
I
bucket.
know how hard it must be, given the pressure that the broom closet is putting on your shoulders right now, but you
My
have to
bucket.
be strong. This is your bucket. This is your companion and lifelong friend.
My lifelong
Can't
bucket.
hand it over. Oh no. We're getting into name-calling now, it seems. Is this how low the broom closet has sunk, that it has to resort to this stream of petty insults simply in order to get you to hand over the bucket? Stanley, I never liked this broom closet for a variety of reasons, but even this is worse than I had imagined. And wait, now the broom closet has the gall to imply that you and the bucket are not truly deep and lasting friends.
But we are.
That your relationship is purely superficial.
We've
and
known this
convenient,
bucket for so
that your
long.
life is so banal and meaningless that you'd feel the same sort of kinship towards any inanimate object which happened to lay in your path in an even partially enticing manner. Well, I'd never.
Bucket
Go on,
good.
Stanley. Lay into it. Really tell the broom closet off for its demeaning comments.
This is
Expand
my
on the wide
bucket.
variety of experiences you and the bucket have shared together. Go through
Jumped
each
in
of
that
them
hole
point by
together.
point.
repeatedly
journal entries detailing the
teleported
rich
together.
emotional landscape of your feelings for the bucket, as they have changed and evolved over the years. Let him
Exactly.
have it.
My bucket. You can't have it. I'm keeping it. Get over yourself.
Okay, I've got you something which I think will help settle this debate once and for all. Here we go. There.
Thank you.
Now it's settled. No more debate, no more discussion. Take a hike, broom closet, with all your meandering philosophical diatribes about the nature of cleaning supplies and their relationship to
My
broom
bucket.
closets in the natural order of things.
My bucket.
All right,
Spoony
I've got a second
addicted?
sticker back here, and I'm going to slap it on as well because I think it's appropriate.
Sticker.
I feel that it works because the sticker is also a bucket. That way, if you're ever unsure whether the thing you're holding is a bucket or not, you can
Bye,
look down at the
Spoony.
sticker and say to
Have
yourself,
fun.
"Ah, it's a bucket." There really is a wide variety of applications for this sticker.
Bucket. Bucket, 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 bucket,
You know
bucket,
what?
bucket.
I could take the name-calling and the dismissal of your kinship with the bucket, but now the broom closet is just giving us the silent treatment. And to
Bucket.
be honest, I'm sick of the pettiness on display.
Bucket.
You can stay here all you like, but I've had it with this impetulant room of cleaning supplies. Easily the most childish such room I've ever been in. I'll see you outside, and we can get on with the story about you and your bucket.
Bucket. Bucket. Bucket of Leo? Get your bucket of Leo today? Never go outside. Only inside. Bucket.
Coming to a staircase, Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office.
Fancy bathroom. Money in the morning, money in the evening, money for breakfast, money crisp. I found the thing.
One of them. One of the miniature Stanley figurines. Remember, no reward for collecting all of these, only the intrinsic pleasure of a job well done. You
Job
can't
well
buy that
done
sort of
indeed.
happiness, Stanley. God knows I've tried. So, I implore you to savor each and every moment you come across one of these beautiful figurines.
Aww. You can't go in there to the elevator. Yay, I'm in the chair.
Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life.
There's no one here.
Crushed by the weight of this revelation, Stanley may have broken down into an emotional dumpster fire if not for the soothing presence of the bucket.
Yes, thank goodness we
Even
have the
now,
bucket.
In his darkest of hours, did the bucket's warmth and guiding light pierce the dark clouds of confusion and chaos. It would be with him always. The bucket would, and he knew it. The two of them were inseparable. At this point, Stanley was so absorbed in the tender spiritual connection he shared with the bucket that he didn't notice the keypad behind the boss's desk. Nor in his bliss of simply being near the bucket did he have any notion that the pin number for the keypad was 2845. Stanley just sat around twiddling his thumbs. Trying to input anything on the device was useless, since he could never possibly know that the combination was 2845. But Stanley guessed the correct code by sheer luck. Was it that the bucket knew all along? Was the
Bucket told me to do it.
Yes, this is certainly the most logical explanation. Another miniature Stanley figure.
Nice.
This, you know, there really must be a snappier name for these things. What about mini-stands? Stanley figs? Or what about Stanlerines? Yes, I think I
Get
like
your
that.
Stanlerines
Another
today.
Stanlerine under your belt. The elevator raced downward, plummeting towards an unknown fate. It would be all Stanley could do to keep himself together, if not for the bucket.
It really
Soothing
would.
him, comforting him,
true.
reassuring that in this darkest moment of uncertainty, he
Thank
would
goodness we
be
have the
right.
bucket.
The bucket is here for you, Stanley. Everything will be fine.
Thank goodness.
Wait, Stanley said to the bucket. Can we go back up? When I was pressing those keypad buttons, there was something very intriguing about the number 3. I want to go back so I can try pressing the number 3 again. The bucket said nothing. Here we are, said Stanley. Now I'm going to try out that number 3 button. He took the bucket over to the keypad and began absolutely slamming on the number 3 over and over and over. Wow, he said. The number 3 is such a special button. I'm having the time of my life. Stanley looked expectantly at the bucket, but the bucket remained silent.
Bucket.
This was a shock to Stanley, who had always felt such a connection with the bucket. How was this not as exciting to the bucket as it was to him? Once Stanley had had enough of the number 3, he got back in the elevator. Perhaps the bucket had missed something. Perhaps it had not seen how much joy Stanley got from slamming the number 3 repeatedly.
If I go back again.
No, said Stanley to the bucket. You can't go on yet. Not till you understand how much the number 3 means to me. You and I have been through so much together, and I just want you to see what I see. Feel the happiness I feel.
Bucket.
He smiled at the bucket, and the bucket said nothing.
Bucket. Bucket. Man, I'm actually smiling at the bucket.
Here we go, said Stanley. This time I'll really show you. He ran to the number 3 and began to wail on it like a musician on a beloved instrument, weaving a concerto of truth and passion. He wielded the number 3 like a fine artist would wield a paintbrush. He told stories through the number 3, stories of his dreams and hopes and fears,
And the whole time, he looked to his bucket for a reaction of some kind. Anything to let him know that the bucket appreciated what he was doing. The bucket conveyed absolutely nothing at all, only silence. Crushed by a wave of dejection, Stanley returned to the elevator. Stanley and
Going
the bucket were
down.
so close. They'd always been there for one another. Why suddenly could the bucket not connect with this passion of Stanley's? The question caused Stanley to ruminate the whole way down the elevator. He knew that there must be a way to get through to the bucket, to communicate fully with his dear friend. Surely there was a solution, mustn't there be? Said Stanley. I know what to do. I know how to fully express this feeling in my heart. He decided right then and there that he would hold a press conference where he would speak to the public on all matters relating to pressing the number 3 over and over. He would elaborate fully on what the number 3 meant to him and why he felt so alive when pressing it. Then the bucket would be able to see his joy through the eyes of others. It would get to see the world react to this discovery of Stanley's. And it would be through the public eye that the bucket would finally understand Stanley's work. For months, he advertised and marketed his press conference, building excitement around it, developing and rehearsing it, until it couldn't be refined a single measure further. When the big day arrived, Stanley was as prepared
Everyone
as
gets
he'd
to
ever
cheer
been
for the bucket.
anything in his life.
We're ready for everyone to cheer for the bucket. Bucket live on stage.
This was it. One last chance to win the bucket over.
Bucket.
One opportunity to share a true connection with a loved one.
Audience with the dude who came up with pizza? Yes, please.
There was no one here. Nobody had come to the press conference to hear Stanley speak, to listen to him talk about what it really means to press the number 3 on a keypad over and over.
But number 3.
He was unloved, uninteresting. He was a failure. And in that moment, Stanley
Go
knew
ninja,
the bucket
go
would
ninja,
never
go.
again take
Go
him
ninja,
seriously.
go ninja, go. Go
There would be
ninja,
no
go ninja, go.
No deeper understanding.
Go, go,
The bucket
go,
merely sat
go,
there in his arms, indifferent.
go.
And so it began that slowly,
Welcome
over
in,
many years, the two of them
Raiders.
grew more and more distant. They spoke less and less, neither wishing to state the obvious, that any sense of real respect between them had eroded since that day at the press conference. There would
Bucket.
be no more games, no more long conversations about passion and pursuit, only
Bucket.
silence that consumed the space between friends. And Stanley, having for once in his life discovered the warmth and comfort of true companionship, was cast back into the unremarkable normalcy of loneliness.
Bucket. Thank you for the raid. How was your stream? Isn't Stanley great? Hello, everyone. Hello. There's a phone ringing?
Hello. This is a recorded message scheduled either by you or a person in your place of work. The purpose
Whoa.
of this message is to warn you about the dangers of recorded messages. If at any time you believe you are listening to a recorded message, please terminate it immediately and cease all flow of information from the recorded message into your perceptual sphere.
Oh no.
Thank you, and have a pleasant day.
Bucket.
Stanley lifted the bucket
So
into
look,
his
it's your
arms,
door.
and a wave of comfort rushed over him.
It's the 420 door. Panic indeed. Bucket good. I feel much better now that I have the bucket.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left.
Ooh, find them all. We must have all the floating objects. Also, I enjoy the broom
Stanley,
closet.
We must move on from this broom closet, simply because I have no remaining stickers. If I did, you
No
can
more
guarantee we'd
stickers.
be in here for hours.
Heck.
Alas, no stickers.
More stickers.
Coming to a staircase, Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office.
Like a mouse.
Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life.
Where are all the
Crushed by the
people?
weight of this revelation, Stanley may have broken down into an emotional dumpster fire if not for the soothing presence of the bucket.
Thank goodness we
Even
have the
now,
bucket.
In his darkest of hours, did the bucket's warmth and guiding light
Bucket
pierce the dark
good.
clouds of confusion and chaos. It would be with him always. The bucket would, and he knew it. The two of them were inseparable. At this point, Stanley guessed the correct code by sheer luck. Was it that the bucket knew all along?
Bucket did
Was
know
the
all
bucket
along.
guiding him? Yes.
Bucket!
This is certainly the most logical explanation.
What's everyone doing today? Are y'all enjoying Stanley? I enjoy the bucket.
Stanley and the bucket walked straight ahead through the large door that read, Mind Control Facility.
Bum bum bum.
The lights rose on an enormous room packed with television screens. What horrible
That really
secret
is a
did
lot
this
of
place
TVs,
hold?
isn't it?
Stanley and the bucket both wondered to themselves. The monitors jumped to life, and Stanley nearly dropped the bucket in shock. Everyone in the office was being videotaped, monitored like guinea pigs. The
Bucket.
bucket had never seen anything like this, and it very nearly burst into tears.
It's okay,
as Stanley
Bucket. I've
cradled
got
it
you.
Gently, reassuring it that everything would be fine.
It's okay, Bucket. Everything will be fine.
Was the bucket under the mind control facility's influence as well? Had the bucket been told to do things it didn't wish to do? What kinds of things does a bucket want to do or not want to do in the first place? These questions raced furiously in Stanley's feeble mind. No! He screamed into the bucket. He couldn't accept
Bucket!
it. His own life in someone else's control. Never! He
We have to
squeezed
save the bucket.
tighter. His one friend in the entire world. At this point, he could trust no one except for the bucket.
Bucket.
But here was the proof. the heart of the operation. Controls labeled with emotions, happy or sad or content. Walking, eating, working, all of it monitored and commanded from this very place. And as the cold reality of his past began to sink in, Stanley decided that this machine would never again exert its terrible power over another human life. For he and the bucket would dismantle the controls for good. Two best friends, Stanley and the bucket, up against the world. They high-fived in a really cool way, and the bucket made a sassy comment about taking down the system.
You gotta get that broom closet ending, you know? Off.
Stanley and the bucket waited in blackness. Was it over?
The dankness.
Yes, they had done it. Stanley and the bucket had defeated their greatest and darkest enemy, freed themselves from the tyrannical grip of the evil mind control machine. Freedom was now mere moments away. Excitedly, the two of them began to discuss the kind of life they wanted to live once they stepped through this massive door. The bucket wanted to learn to roller skate. Stanley wanted to sneeze in every country on Earth. Both of them wanted to begin watching a movie, any movie, but then stop it halfway through and begin watching it in reverse from the end.
How do you watch?
True, it was a simple life they envisioned, but it was one they'd lived together, with one another to lean on.
How do we watch a movie in reverse? Uh-oh.
What? Wait. What was happening? Why had the door stopped? Was Stanley and the bucket not about to be freed? An unbearable silence filled the room, lingering in uncertainty, until finally the truth hit Stanley square in the face. This building did not want the bucket to leave. Even the facility itself recognized the incredible calming presence of the bucket, needed the soothing warmth of the bucket.
No, it's my bucket.
Not to part with the bucket. No. Stanley can't leave this place. Not while he has such a precious bucket in his arms.
My bucket.
Not while this building has anything to say about it.
Mine.
Stanley realized he would never again leave this very
Mine.
room. But at least he has the bucket.
My bucket.
To be trapped eternally in darkness isn't really so bad, Stanley thought to himself. As long as I have my bucket with me, right? I'll be okay, won't I? Stanley gulped. Very soon now, he was about to find out.
The end is never the end, is never the end, is never the end.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room.
Bucket.
Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. The confusion and the chaos all seemed to melt away.
Much better with the bucket.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left.
Bucket, good.
Coming to a staircase, Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office.
Ooh, I can go back in here this time. Also, yikes. Bum 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 bum. Leo and his bucket. Do 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 do. Leo and his bucket. Bum 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 bum. Do 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 do. Leo and his bucket. La 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 la. Do 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 do. Bum 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 bum. Do 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 do. Bum 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 bum. Do do do. Bum 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 bum. I almost got one of those links in the bucket. Do 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 do. Bum 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 bum. Do 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 do. Bum 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 bum. All right, that's enough.
Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of...
The bucket did not react, except perhaps a tiny glow of warmth. Subtle, yes, but an unmistakable spark from somewhere deep within.
Stanley just sat around twiddling his thumbs. Trying to input anything on the device was useless, since he could never possibly know that the combination was 2845. Two, 8, 4, 5.
Behold the power of 3.
But it turns out that the panel's emergency override kicked in, and the door just opened all by itself.
Oh, it
And
opened by
Stanley got the hell out of
itself.
the story. Well, whoop-de-doo.
Whoop-de-doo. The bucket felt warmth at the number 3. This is good. This sparks joy.
Stanley and the bucket walked straight ahead through the large door that read, Mind Control Facility. Although this passageway had the word escape written on it, the truth was that at the end of this hall, Stanley and the bucket would both meet a violent death.
Oh, violent. Oh my.
The door behind them was not shut. Stanley and the bucket still had every opportunity to turn around and get back on track. At this point, Stanley and the bucket were knowingly walking forward into a...
I don't think I'm worried about spoilers at this point anymore, Dexy. I have played through the original quite a bit. Whee! The end is never the end, is never the end.
As the machine whirred into motion and Stanley and the bucket inched closer to their demise, Stanley reflected on how meaningless the bucket's warmth and comfort had turned out to be. To be sure, it puts the mind and the soul at ease to embrace the bucket, but what use is a sense of ease when you're about to be crushed to death? This is what Stanley thought to himself, and he sort of kicked himself for wasting so much time carrying a bucket everywhere. Farewell, Stanley.
You do 8s instead of 3s?
Farewell, Stanley, cried the narrator, as Stanley and the bucket were led helplessly into the enormous metal jaws. In a single visceral instant, the bucket's life came to an end. as it was
No,
crushed
not
violently to
bucket.
death.
Poor bucket.
It was a shame, the death of such a magnificent bucket. It's true that all buckets are radiant in their own way, but this one stood above the rest. It was a glorious bucket to behold.
Rest in peace, bucket. You are standing at the precipice of knowledge. Much like a bucket itself, the human mind is frequently empty within, a cavernous void. Through use of the exhibit in front of you, the mind becomes full and enriched and substantiated. Knowledge of the bucket and its history is the only true knowledge we really have. Will you take what you learn here out with you into the world? You accept with an open mind that may be challenging about the information in this exhibit? Will you change the lives of yourself and your loved ones as a result of this exhibit? Or will you turn a blind eye, continue to live as you were, in ignorance and darkness?
Can you see how arrogant it was for Stanley to take a bucket like this and to claim it for his
Bucket!
own? Can you see the hubris that blinded him?
Bucket!
Can you see that the bucket is far more noble than Stanley will ever be in his short life?
Bucket! Bucket with 2 handles? This bucket is depicted as having 2 handles. Such design has never been created in real life, having been deemed too dangerous and recklessly experimental. Every year, dozens are put to death just for attempting it. Like we could have a handle with 2 buckets. "25 buckets. A photograph of 25 buckets. Greatest number of buckets ever captured on camera. The photographer experienced catatonic shock for several weeks as a result of the euphoria from exposure to this many buckets at once." That looks like more than 25 buckets. Well, some of them may be pails. Inferno bucket. Replica of the Inferno bucket, which in the medieval era was so powerfully alluring that it drove dozens of nations to war, one another for control of it. Billions died. Yet in spite of it all, the simple fact remains, no one could control the bucket. Yeah, they did really good on this. Give me bucket. Give bucket. Oh. The stress bucket, presented without commentary. Bucket. Well, we know that buckets predate the existence of mankind. We do not know by how long. This cave drawing depicts early man's discovery of the practical uses of the bucket, by which time the bucket had already likely been around for several millennia. Notice in these drawings how the bucket is allowing itself to be used, having judged humanity to be worthy of its treasures. Bucket!
No man can own a bucket, and certainly not a bucket as dazzling to behold as this one. It is man who should kneel before the bucket.
The hanging bucket. This piece symbolizes the necessary relationship between bucket and humanity. However clear our grasp of the bucket may be, there is yet more that is always out of reach. This distance, inevitably, is for our own good. Bucket! Yeah! Oh. I can just walk to it.
But there is something we can do. Something we can do together, you and I, that will right this terrible wrong.
Bucket.
Let Stanley die. Let him be crushed by the machine. Don't reset the game. Don't give him another opportunity to run off with another beautiful bucket. We can save the world's buckets from their treatment as tools and implements if only we let Stanley die together. The bucket shall take its place as ruler, as leader, as commander of a new world, a new vision.
That escalated quickly. Oh, the bucket! Did I just say the bucket did not?
The meeting room. Yes, that's where everyone would be. Stanley just needed to get to the meeting room, and from then on, he would never be alone ever again.
Warmth spread through Stanley's
My
arms.
bucket.
With the bucket in his arms again, he was home.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door.
Bucket and I shall rule the world.
Coming to a staircase, Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office.
Interesting.
Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. Crushed by the weight of this revelation, Stanley may have broken down into an emotional dumpster fire if not for the soothing presence of the bucket. Even now, in his darkest of hours, did the bucket's warmth and guiding light pierce the dark clouds of confusion and chaos. It would be with him always. The bucket would, and he knew it. The two of them were inseparable. At this point, Stanley was so absorbed in the tender spiritual connection he shared with the bucket that he didn't notice the keypad behind the boss's desk. Nor in his bliss of simply being near the bucket did he have any notion that the PIN number for the keypad was 2845.
What's that bucket? You say it's 2845?
Stanley just sat around
missed
twiddling
it.
his thumbs. Trying to input anything on the device was useless, since he could never possibly. But Stanley guessed the correct code by sheer
Thank
luck.
goodness we have the
Was
bucket
it
here
the
to tell
bucket
us.
all along? Was the bucket guiding him? Yes, this is certainly the most logical explanation.
Bucket. Bucket good.
Stanley and the bucket walked straight ahead through the large door that read, Mind Control Facility.
Yes. The world shall love bucket as well.
The lights rose on an enormous room packed with television screens. What horrible secret did this place hold? Stanley and the bucket both wondered to themselves. The monitors jumped to life, and Stanley nearly dropped the bucket in shock. Everyone in the office was being videotaped, monitored like guinea pigs. The bucket had never seen anything like this.
That sounds like something work would do.
Burst into tears as Stanley cradled it gently, reassuring it that everything would be fine.
Don't worry, bucket. We're gonna take over the world.
Was the bucket under the mind control facility's influence as well? Had the bucket been told to do things it didn't wish to do? What kinds of things does a bucket want to do or not want to do in the first place? These questions raced furiously in Stanley's feeble mind. No! He screamed into the bucket. He couldn't accept it. His own life in someone else's control. Never! He squeezed the bucket tighter. His one friend in the entire
Bucket.
world. At this point, he could trust no one except for the bucket. But here was the proof. The heart of the operation. Controls labeled with emotions, happy or sad or content. Walking, eating, working, all of it monitored and commanded from this very place. and as the cold reality of his past began to sink in,
Everyone
Stanley
must love
decided that this
Bucket.
but at the last second, the Bucket jumped in and pressed the button to turn on the controls. Stanley gasped in horror. Had this been the Bucket's plan all along? To take over the machine and claim the power for itself? How could the Bucket have betrayed him like this? Stanley was prepared to throw the Bucket away in disgust when suddenly an image appeared upon the enormous screen. Birds.
Herb.
Silly, silly birds. The control buttons became active again.
Herbs. Keoburbs.
Stanley flipped through one video of silly birds after another, and then it dawned on him. This wasn't a mind control facility at all. It was a facility for monitoring and surveilling silly birds all over the world. The mind controls were only a facade to disguise its true intentions. Had the Bucket known this all along? Stanley marveled at the
Penguin!
mental genius in his hands, the one who had pointed him towards this incredible discovery. Stanley and the Bucket never found freedom because they spent the rest of their lives here in this place, flipping through live streams of the silliest birds imaginable. Of all the possible paths his life could have taken, this one
Oh, the
was surely
horror,
the
the
best.
verbs.
And Stanley was happy.
Understandable, Dexy. Understandable.
Already this was uncomfortable, and Stanley decided that as soon as he found a new space he felt safe in, that he would never leave it again in his life. Stanley picked up the Bucket and smiled. He'd never be alone again, not truly alone, not with the Bucket around.
They go past 4:30 already?
Oh, please. Are you really just doing this for the trophy? Click a door 5 times?
Yep.
Is that all you think a trophy is worth? No. I can't just give these merits away for such little effort. A measly 5 clicks?
Yep.
Now, suppose you were to click the door 20 times. I would say that's the kind of effort that warrants recognition. I have to say, I'm still not feeling the satisfaction of witnessing true effort for a noble cause.
Click it.
Perhaps 50 clicks will do it. Yes, almost certainly 50
Click it.
clicks.
Click it, click it, click it.
No, I'm still not feeling it. I want this trophy to have meant something. It has to be a true reward for valiant effort. I want to see some hustle, Stanley. I want to see commitment, a willingness to go all the way no matter the cost. Why don't you put 20 Bucket touches into door 417?
What's a Bucket touch? 417. 417? Is there a 417?
Okay, great. Now, go touch the Bucket on door 437 a few times.
That's stored. There we go.
Yes, now we're getting somewhere. How about door 415? Give it some Bucket love.
415? I don't know where all these doors are. 420.
Now back to door number 437. You know, I think the copy machine needs some attention. Why don't you rub the bucket on it a bit?
Awkward. Where even is the copy machine? Oh, there it is.
All right, back to room 417. I'm really feeling it now. I think we're getting somewhere.
He's really feeling it now.
Okay, now bring the bucket on top of employee 419's desk. Yes, this is great. Now the bucket knows exactly what it's like to be employee 419. Now, let's introduce it to door 416.
What have I gotten myself into?
We've almost got it. Now make the bucket and the copy machine touch again.
That sounds so weird. Why does he have to make it weird?
Finish it off, Stanley. 5 touches of the bucket on door 430. Yes, we did it. Wow, that felt amazing. You know, not all buckets will get this kind of experience.
Heck. Heck.
Achievement unlocked.
Yep. Achievement unlocked. Hey, over the bits.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left.
You know, I haven't gone right this whole time today.
Stanley, we must move on from this broom closet, simply because I have no remaining stickers. If I did, you can guarantee we'd be in here for hours. But alas, no stickers.
You said to go where I feel safest to never leave again. We live here now with this broom. Ready for the headbands. Headbands good.
When Nimix
Ah! Why bonk?
Coming to a staircase, Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office. Okay, I'm going back to the name of these little Stanley figurines, and now I'm torn between Stanlerines and Figlies. What do you think, Stanley?
Figlies sound like food.
Encapsulates the intrinsic sense of happiness that you get from seeing a small number in the corner of your screen go up by 1. Let me sit on it. I'm sure it will come to me.
Figlies.
But Stanley just couldn't do it. He considered the possibility of facing his boss, admitting he had left his post during work hours. He might be fired for that. And in such a competitive economy, why had he taken that risk? All because he believed everyone had vanished? His boss would think he was crazy. And then something occurred to Stanley. Maybe, he thought to himself, maybe I am crazy. He looked down at the bucket in his arms. Am I crazy?
I was crazy once.
The bucket returned his gaze. but said nothing at all. That's strange, Stanley thought. Usually the bucket is a source of guidance and wisdom for me in difficult times such as these. He held the bucket close, yet felt none of its familiar reassurance and comfort. And that's when Stanley realized, this isn't my bucket. It's just a normal, everyday bucket. Someone else's bucket, perhaps. How did I end up with someone else's bucket? This is all terribly wrong. Surely no good would come from this. Who knows what sorts of bizarre hallucinations Stanley might experience without the psychologically grounding presence of his bucket. And indeed, now he noticed that the rooms were repeating, which was, of course, very odd. And now he felt himself floating off the ground. Oh, gracious, he exclaimed. Without my bucket, I've gone truly mad. Where is it? I must find it. Far off in the distance now, he heard it, calling to him.
Stanley!
Bucket!
Stanley, it's me! The
Bucket!
bucket!
Could it truly be? He rushed forward from room to room, passing by one bucket after the next.
Bucket!
None of them were his. None of them were his special bucket.
Come to me,
Bucket!
Stanley! Find me!
He had to find the bucket.
Bucket!
He had to return to his old friend. It was the only way to truly restore his sanity. And then suddenly, he froze dead in his tracks. He knew where the voice of the bucket had been coming from. The real bucket was inside of him all along. It was incredibly painful. Stanley doubled over in agony and blacked out.
Ow.
This is the story of a woman named Mariella. Mariella woke up on a day like any other. She arose, got dressed, picked up her bucket of comfort and security, and walked to her place of work. But on this particular day, her walk was interrupted by the body of a man who had stumbled through town, talking and screaming to himself, and then collapsed dead on the sidewalk. Right away, she knew what the problem was. This man had no bucket. Of course he'd gone mad, ranting
Understandable.
and raving about a narrator describing all of his actions and how everything is predetermined and free will is an illusion and it's all just a video game. It could all have been prevented if only he'd taken his bucket with him.
Yep.
Perhaps he didn't
Only
even
had his
realize
bucket.
He'd forgotten his bucket at home in the first place.
Only he'd had his bucket.
How true it can be, Mariella thought, and she hugged her own bucket even tighter. But of course, she had no time for this. There were a myriad of confusing problems she would soon have to confront at work, for which her bucket would provide absolute guidance and total clarity on everything. Heck yes, she thought to herself, my life kicks ass. And she
Bucket.
backflipped all the way to work.
He did a double backflip. The end is never the end, is never the end, is never the end.
Stanley decided to go to the meeting room to check on his co-workers. He never functioned well by himself and constantly needed support and guidance from others, so the thought of total solitude was terrifying to him. The good old bucket. Just Stanley and the bucket, off on another thrilling adventure together.
Good old bucket.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left.
I don't think we have much on the left stuff to do yet. Somewhere both red and blue. A large room with lots of boxes. Must be on the right side.
Coming to a staircase, Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office. Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. Crushed by the weight of this revelation, Stanley may have broken down into an emotional dumpster fire if not for the soothing presence of the bucket. Even now, in his darkest of hours, but Stanley guessed the correct code by sheer luck. Was it that the bucket knew all along? Was the bucket guiding him? Yes, this is certainly the most logical explanation.
Bucket do be good. I don't remember. Going around like that. I think we need to get our bucket and go right. The end is never the end, is never the end.
Stanley and the bucket walked straight ahead through the large door that read, Mind Control Facility. Although this passageway had the... But of course, Stanley and the bucket thought better of it and realized they simply had too much to live for.
Yep.
The lights rose on an enormous room packed with television screens. What horrible secret did this place hold? Stanley and the bucket both wondered.
Bucket. Bucket, bucket, bucket. I wonder how many times I've said bucket this stream. It's gotta be a lot.
The monitors jumped to life, and Stanley nearly dropped the bucket in shock. Everyone in the office was being videotaped, monitored like guinea pigs. The bucket had never seen anything like this, and it very nearly burst into tears as Stanley cradled it gently, reassuring it that everything would be fine. Was the bucket under the mind control facility's influence as well? Had the bucket been told to do things it didn't wish to do? What kinds of things does a bucket want to do or not want to do in the first place? These questions raced furiously in Stanley's feeble mind. No! He screamed into the bucket. He couldn't accept it. His own life in someone else's control, never! He squeezed the bucket tighter. His one friend in the entire world. At this
Bucket
point,
friend.
He could trust no one except for the bucket.
Bucket friend.
But here was the proof. The heart of the operation. Controls labeled with emotions, happy or sad or content. Walking, eating, working, all of it monitored and commanded from this very place. And as the cold reality of his past began to sink in, Stanley decided that this machinery would never again exert its terrible power over another human life. For he and the bucket would dismantle the controls for good. Two best friends, Stanley and the bucket, up against the world. They high-fived in a really cool way, and the bucket made a sassy comment about taking down the system.
Gotta chuck that in the fuck it bucket and move on.
Thank you for the bits, Dexy. I found the number 3. Maybe. I don't think I'm allowed to go up there. There's like a door there that's in the way. The end is never the end, is never the end.
When at last they came to the source of the room's power, Stanley and the bucket knew it was their obligation to put an end to this horrible place and to everything it stood for.
Really? Interesting. Oh, 142.
But at the last second, the bucket jumped in and pressed the button to turn on the controls. Stanley gasped in horror. Had this been the bucket's plan all along? To take over the machine and claim the power for itself? How could the bucket have betrayed him like this? Stanley was prepared to throw the bucket away in disgust when suddenly an image appeared upon the enormous screen. Birds. Silly, silly birds. Stanley flipped through one video of silly birds after another, and then it dawned on him. This wasn't a mind control facility at all. It was a facility for monitoring and surveilling silly birds all over the world. The mind controls were only a facade to disguise its true intentions. Had the bucket known this all along? Stanley marveled at the metal
Where's
genius
my
in his hand,
shotgun?
the one who had pointed him towards this incredible discovery. Stanley and the bucket never found freedom because they spent the rest of their lives here in this place, flipping through live streams of the silliest birds imaginable. Of all the possible paths his life could have taken, this one was surely the best. And Stanley was happy.
Okay, now we go right. The end is never the
All of his
end, is never the
co-workers were
end.
gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room.
Where are we going today? The bucket asked. Stanley just smiled. Anywhere they went together would be perfectly fine with him.
Oh, no, I haven't done that yet. Not close myself in my office yet today. I know that's one of the ones I did on the original. Just thinking, we haven't done any of the right paths today.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his... This was not the correct way to the meeting room, but Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be. And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? Was this better than the meeting room? Yes, Stanley thought to himself. Yes, perhaps it truly was. How insightful the bucket turned out to be.
Bucket.
Truly, being here with the bucket was a grand adventure. Stanley reflected on all they'd been through together. First, walking through the door on the right, then walking to the lounge, then arriving at the lounge. What a thrilling journey the bucket had inspired.
What a thrilling journey it has been.
No, never mind. The bucket was wrong.
Bucket was not
Stanley
wrong.
took the door on his left to go back to the meeting room.
No.
No,
Said the bucket.
don't go to the meeting room. Go somewhere else. The cargo lift, yes. Go there. Go to the cargo lift.
Oh, yeah. Mm-hmm. Remember jumping off of this once.
You're getting close now, Stanley. You've
Get the one with all the
nearly
boxes.
gotten all the Figler and Marines. Very soon, you'll collect the last one, and then the first number will equal the second number, and that will be it.
Hmm?
We'll be different people by then. Different in the sense that we used to have none of them, and now we have them all. You can't go back to when you had no Figler and Marines. None of us can.
Figler Amelins. I live here now? Oh, we're back in the vents. Heck, I'm being sauce and venting. Oh, I fell on the top. Okay.
Okay, this is day number 295. Tape number... I don't even know. I've lost track. Nothing feels real anymore. The longer I study this bucket, the less sense
Bucket.
makes. The sheer euphoria I feel every time I pick it up. No matter how many times I've done it, it's always the same feeling.
Bucket.
And the emptiness in my chest.
Don't sit down, Bucket.
It doesn't make sense. There's no explanation for it. I still haven't figured out why I see the world so differently when this bucket is in my arms. Why everything feels so... What do I do with this treasure? I can monetize it.
That's what a cassette tape is.
It's unthinkable the amounts of money people will pay for even just an hour with the bucket. This is my golden ticket. But I have to be careful, because as soon as this gets out, there's going to be a target on my back. Even now, I don't know who might be trying to get me. What's that? Who's there?
That escalated quickly. Listen, Dexy, I'm an elf. I've been around a long time. What can I say? Oh.
But Stanley simply couldn't handle the pressure. What if he had to make a decision? What if a crucial outcome fell under his responsibility? He had never been trained for that. No. This couldn't go any way except badly. The thing to do now, Stanley thought to himself, is to wait. Nothing will hurt me. Nothing will break me. In here I can be happy forever. I will be happy.
Except there's no
Stanley
bucket.
waited. Hours passed, then days. Had years gone by? He no longer had the ability to tell. But the one thing he knew for sure, beyond any doubt, was that if he waited long enough, the answers would come. Eventually, someday, they would arrive. Soon, very soon now, this will end. He will be spoken to. He will be told what to do. Now it's just a little bit closer. Now it's even closer. Here it comes.
Here he comes.
All of his co-workers were... Wait, no. This isn't the right office, is it? Is this Stanley's office?
Bucket.
A good bucket, a strong bucket, a humble bucket, a committed bucket, a bucket of culture and distinction.
Yes.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his... This was not the correct way to the meeting room, but Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be. And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? Was this better than the... No, never mind. The bucket was wrong. Stanley took the door on his left to go back to the meeting room.
Is this where the last figurine is? Is that way? That way across the lift.
No,
Said the bucket.
don't go to the meeting room. Go somewhere else. The cargo lift, yes. Good,
Said the bucket.
now ride the lift all the way to the top. There's something up there I need you to do.
Stanley did not question why or how this bucket was speaking to him. It should have alarmed him, of course, because buckets can't talk. But Stanley chose not to think about this obvious fact. He was firmly convinced that the bucket had spoken to him, and he unthinkingly did whatever the bucket asked.
Danger everywhere.
No, stop. Look there on the wall. You see, there's a sign right there. It says, no buckets past this point. Stanley, how could you think it was okay to bring the bucket here? Unless, what if the problem is that you actually don't know what is a bucket and what isn't a bucket? I suppose...
Oh God,
that
I
would
forgot
explain a
about
lot
this
about your
part.
behavior up to this point. Which, if that's true, well, my goodness. I think we have to do something about it. This misunderstanding could have dire
It's not my
consequences
fault,
on the
Nexi. I
entire
just
rest
didn't know
of
what
the
a
game
bucket
if not
was.
addressed quickly and properly. So much of the impact of the story is dependent on your understanding of what is and isn't a bucket. Please, step in here for a moment.
This is a bucket.
Now then, I'm going to run
There's
you
more.
through some test scenarios, and you'll tell me whether or not the thing I'm showing you is a
There's
bucket.
more.
Simple enough, right? This should tell us everything we'll ever need to know about what is or is not a bucket. Okay, let's begin.
See what it is.
Item 1. Is this a bucket?
It easy. That is a bucket.
Incorrect. It is a hologram of a bucket, not an actual bucket. Item 2. Is this a bucket?
That is a bucket.
Incorrect. It is a 3D printed recreation of a bucket, not an actual bucket.
See, I told you guys I didn't know what was a bucket and what wasn't. It's not my fault I tried to go past the door.
Item 3. Is this a bucket? Correct. This is a bucket. Item 4. Is this a bucket?
You can put a bucket on it.
Are you hallucinating? This is a tractor. It's an enormous machine that tills the earth. I thought this was a gimmick. How on earth
I know,
did you
we
manage to
have
screw it
one.
up? Absolutely incredible. Let's just move on to the next one.
But it holds things. Doesn't that make it a bucket?
Is this a bucket?
Yes.
Correct. This is a bucket.
See? See?
Item 6. Is this a bucket?
Yes.
Trick question. Both. Gotcha.
Well, that's both, and I got it right because I said it was right.
Item... Wait, hold on. I can't find the next one. Let me see. It should be around here somewhere.
Bucket.
Okay, you and I both know there isn't anything here. And I don't
Bucket.
appreciate the implication that nothing is a bucket when we both clearly know that a bucket is something. And therefore nothing could possibly be something. Unless, in your
Clearly.
twisted mind, have you somehow
Clearly a
convinced
bucket.
yourself that a bucket is nothing? Answer me straight, Stanley. Do you believe that nothing is a bucket?
Bucket.
You know what? I'm too confused to even sort it out. I've lost all sense of perspective. What is a bucket? What isn't a bucket? Mere moments ago I could answer these questions with confidence. And yet now I'm somewhat adrift. Do any of us know what a bucket is? Am I
I'm a bucket. You're a bucket. He's a bucket
Stanley,
too.
I can't keep doing this.
Bucket.
I'm losing myself, and myself was all I ever had to begin with. I'm afraid the bucket is threatening to tear our relationship apart. I can't have that. I'm sorry. But I'm going to erase all buckets.
Ah!
Okay, here we go.
I'm Mr. Bucket, the boss provider, my man. I'm Mr. Bucket, I'm always what I'm
Bucket.
about. I'm Mr. Bucket,
Is everything gone?
we're all gonna run. I'm Mr. Bucket.
Disappear. Was everything a bucket?
Everything was a bucket, and now everything's gone.
My
Thank you for the
God,
bits,
I had no
Dixie.
idea. How could... Except me. I'm not a bucket after all. And you,
True.
Stanley, you're still here. You're not a bucket either.
I'm not?
Oh, this is
Oh.
wonderful news. We're not buckets.
We're not
Yes, I
buckets.
actually feel much more at ease right now. It's delightful to get some clarity on that issue, but it doesn't change the fact that we haven't got a game. So, tell you what, I'll reset everything and we'll put back all of the buckets, okay?
Yay,
And
buckets.
we'll know that it's all a bucket. But if you run into anyone
Bucket,
else, maybe don't
bucket,
mention that.
bucket.
Who knows what that information might do to a person?
Everyone,
All right, here we go.
everything's a bucket. Just so you know.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. When Stanley came to a set of
Everything
two
felt
open
wrong.
doors, he entered the door. This was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it. The lounge was sublime, a work of art. But eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left. Stanley was so bad at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't fired years ago. Look, Stanley, I think perhaps we've gotten off on the wrong foot here. I'm not your enemy, really, I'm not. I realize that investing your trust in someone else can be difficult, but the fact is that the story has been about nothing but you all this time. There's someone you've been neglecting, Stanley. Someone you've... What? Really?
I almost didn't make that.
Something. Do you have zero consideration for others? Are you that convinced that I want something bad to happen to you? Why, I don't know how to convince you of this, but I really do want to help you, to show you something beautiful. Look, let me prove it. Let me prove that I'm on your side. Give me a chance. Now listen carefully, this is important. And there
Got
it is.
it.
The last Stiggly Wiggly. Savor this moment, Stanley. This is a real accomplishment. This is doing something just for the sake of doing it. Where
Let's
so many people
go.
expect to be rewarded for the most trivial achievements, you've insisted that a job well done is its own reward. I would tell you that I'm
didn't.
proud of you for collecting them all, but that would be like a reward, and we can't have that. So, instead I'll just say, it's done. We're all done.
It's
here. And now
done.
we can go to whatever the hell you were doing before you hunted for figurines.
GG.
Oh, thank God you are willing to listen to me. Do you see that I really have wanted you to be happy all this time? The problem is all these choices. The two of us always trying to get somewhere that isn't here. Running and running and running, just the way you're doing
Round
right now.
and round
Don't
and
you see
round.
it's killing us, Stanley. I wanted to
The exercise is killing us?
We would both be so much happier if we just stopped. And I think I have a solution. Here, let me show you.
The end is never the end. It's never the end. It's never the end.
What do we want? What are we
My bucket
looking
back.
for?
More buckets.
Here. Yes. Oh, it's beautiful, isn't it? If we just stay right here, right in this moment with this place, Stanley, I think I feel happy.
Yay.
I actually feel happy.
What if we're secretly inside of a bucket right now? True, a bucket could be holding that bucket. I was the bucket all along. And a bucket is holding that bucket, 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 and a bucket is holding that bucket. Bucket, 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 bucket. You know what? I'm gonna end stream here, and I'm gonna go outside and get my bucket. That's what I'm gonna do. I have a red bucket. That's my bucket. I also have a blue bucket. Do I need to hold both buckets? Would 2 buckets be too many to hold at once? Should I put the red bucket in the blue bucket? Maybe I should put the blue bucket in the red bucket. Buckets. Bucket's good. What if, do we have to collect the infinity buckets? One of each color? Is that how we're supposed to do it? We are gonna raid Faye, who is playing Slime Rancher 2. This should be a good chill thing to go to after this. Here's our raid message. Feel free to add some extra buckets if you would like. How does that look? Look good with extra buckets? Thank you all for hanging out with me today. Be back tomorrow night with Ranch Sim. Hugs and support for everyone, because you're all heckin' amazing. I hope to see you all again soon. And I miss you all already. Thanks for hanging out, everyone. Don't forget your buckets. Bye-bye.